It's about time.
Clone, clone, clone.
All right, everyone, welcome back. I'm Winter, and it is September 30th of 2025. Thank you for being here so early on. Hopefully, you've had a good day so far, and hopefully it's about to get just a little bit better. Today, we're playing StarCraft with commentary. StarCraft 2 patch 5.0.15 is live, and so apparently is Blizzard Entertainment, remembering their beloved IP and not just to bring you some overpriced Diablo skins. We are happy, implying multiple people, remains to be seen, I don't know if that's the royal we, to bring 5.0.15 live, which contains various balance changes, bug fixes, and quality of life improvements. We'd like to thank the community contributors who provided valuable feedback during our PTR period. So, side note, I noticed a lot of the bug fixes, and some of them are shot for shot what community contributors, map makers, and editors have pointed out in the past. Things which I doubt any professional player or like regular player would have noticed or even known how to fix. So the implication to me is that they're actually working with knowledgeable people who are probably providing their services for free, but but with all that said, so there is a list of bug fixes, and it's not short, and some of them are balance changes. So that just know that when we're done with the notes, we're not done yet. So, Zerg, Spire cost reduced by 50/50. Build time reduced by 5 seconds. Banelings get plus 5 HP with their speed bonus. Microbial Shroud now reduces ranged attacks by 50% damage. Not spells, ranged attacks. But it no longer persists after units leave the Shroud. Costs 100 and requires an upgrade. Protoss energy recharge has been reduced from 100 to 50 energy, and the cooldown reduced from 60 to 45. Mothership movement speed reduction, psionic storm damage changed from 80 over 3 seconds to 140 over 6 seconds, with the actual numbers of 26 to 23 DPS. Psionic storm radius increased from 1.5 to 2. Psionic storm range reduced from 9 to 8. Dark Templar blink attack delay reduced from 0.75 to 0.25. Surveillance mode reveals observers, but increases vision more. Purification cooldown, which, again, that's for the Disruptor, reduced. But the Disruptor radius not increased. Okay. Stasis ward duration reduced by about half. The siege tank can no longer be abducted in siege mode. Viking cost reduced by 25 minerals. Drilling claws means Widowmine's burrow about 40% faster. Hyperflight rotors research time decreased by 21 seconds. Liberator sight reduced from 10 to 9. Ghost supply reduced from 3 to 2. But they gain the light attribute. Okay, where do we start? Well, this is an unequivocal buff for Zerg across the board. There is no way to interpret it differently. Every bit of this is a buff to Zerg. The Spire cost reduction and build time make mutas maybe a little bit more of an option. Better for dealing with air armies in the late game. With Corruptors, plus 5 HP on every Baneling was a massive nerf when it went through. And getting it back is going to feel like taking the weight off. Microbial Shroud is going to be very strong for the one guy who can keep his infestors alive. The original PTR version, where it was just a base ability, made it way too strong. I think with the cost being 100 and requiring an upgrade, it will be less overwhelming, but still very good against Terran. Though not as effective against Protoss, because Protoss is less reliant on ranged attack damage. Energy recharge. This could be interpreted as a buff. So, actually, well, it's mostly a nerf with a little buff on the side. Now only 50 energy, which means you can warp in a Templar and get 1 storm instead of 2. The cooldown is 45 seconds. I say it could be a buff because now you have more utility with a shorter cooldown, but it's less energy overall. So it's definitely a nerf across the board, but you're still going to be able to do Hallucinated Phoenix and Oracle early. Psionic Storm damage changed from 80 over 3 seconds to 140 over 6 seconds, and they're definitely rounding. I know there are decimals in there. It's not actually exactly that, but you know what? Close enough. So it is apparently, it's a slight DPS reduction, and the radius is increased by 0.5. Which means we have to go back to, so 1.5 is 7 units, 2 is 12.5 units. So this is no longer the over double increase that was proposed. It is still significant, but is also combined with range being reduced. So the effective range is similar, but you will have to get closer to cast it. The implication here is that EMP now outranges the storm cast range quite significantly, like the edge of EMP. Technically, I guess you could also just storm at the edge because it has a larger radius in that, but gives a bit more options on that. I think that's still a buff overall, but more tempered than the original version. Blink attack delay. Not even sure why it has one, but okay. Because this was DT's blinking on planetaries originally. Surveillance mode now reveals observers, but increases vision to 15, which gives it the most vision of anything in the game. It turns it into a robot overlord. Kind of a weird change, though the reasoning is, especially in Protoss versus Terran, almost impossible. So the vision range of an observer in surveillance mode is larger than the vision range of any Terran unit it's spotting for, which means it's almost impossible to tell when you're actually being seen by the enemy. When you get scanned, you can tell. When there's an overlord over your head, you can tell. When there's a changeling next to you, you can tell. But part of the reason it became impossible for Terran to attack Protoss, is especially Terran, Zerg less relevant in this, but is because the observer in surveillance mode being invisible and out of vision range means they can literally see you and you have no chance of seeing them. It might seem kind of silly, but just don't put it in surveillance mode if that's an issue. Thank you, JJ, for the generosity. Just like Blizzard with some nerfs to Protoss. Purification. So originally it was cooldown and radius. Disruptor cooldown reduced by 4 seconds. The radius is the real issue. Cooldown is for people who can keep their disruptor alive to fire 2 shots. Alright, that's already the highest level. Stasis ward duration, reduced from 170 to 90. Mothership movement speed reduction. Did she really need to slow down? That is the only thing that might give Zerg a chance here. Meanwhile, Terran, siege tank can no longer be abducted when in siege mode, which is clearly very much a response to this. So, banelings with 5 more HP and Microbial Shroud potentially reducing ranged attack by 50% means that siege mode and siege tanks supposed to be a more reliable counter. And I think they will be. And with Viking cost reduction, giving you more options to deal. There's some bug fixes that are actually relevant in these interactions now. They should be in balance, but they're all just kind of jumbled into bug fixes. But we'll get there. Okay, let me just spoil it. They fixed the Broodlord bug. Broodlords now fire reliably at maximum range, making them a more effective counter to both ghosts and siege tanks. Whereas before, they had a tendency to drift closer into range and not fire reliably at the edge of it, making them even less effective than they already are. So Broodlords, combined with the Spire being cheaper, and Broodlords being fixed, and also this change, Ghost supply reduced from 3 to 2. We're back. But it is now light, which for 15 years I think people have assumed that Ghost is a light unit. And now it is. This is a lot. Okay, so key units that do extra damage to light. Banelings and Colossi. That's about the extent of it that's relevant in this sort of scenario. Technically Adepts, but let's be real about it. So, Mass Baneling going to be much more effective across the board. And Colossi will be stronger, but Viking cost reduction. So, Liberator Sight reduced from 10 to 9. That doesn't seem like a big deal, but what this means is Liberators can no longer see the edge of their liberation zone when they have range. Like, if they're sieging up the edge of a mineral line, they can't see what they're shooting at, necessarily. You can scan, you can spot. This doesn't affect their ability to fight, but it affects their ability to kill an entire mineral line by annexing one mineral patch from a disgusting angle. Which is actually one of the most genius nerfs that I think you could have come up with without actually changing its ability to be part of the army. So, of all the changes, this is my favorite one of, like, targeting something that is a very specific scenario without outright changing the unit. Hyperflight rotors being quicker as well. Mech against Protoss before the patch was already a thing. I definitely think we're going to see more of it as well. Now we have to go through the bug fixes because they are also balance changes. Many of them. Some of them are not. But I'm just going to read through them and I'll try to point out which ones I think are balance changes and which are just interesting. Fixed updated Protoss AoE UI indicator. I noticed this on the PTR. It looks way cooler now. It has like... It just looks cooler. Alright, probably should be in the game testing, but whatever. Fixed an issue where units with beam attacks would conflate each other's cooldowns. I think that's a buff. Unclear. Probes will become unresponsive near simulators. Protoss buff. Their probes aren't as stupid anymore. Cyclone attack upgrade now gives double. That's for when it's not locked on. The mothership attacking at max range. I assume that means it wasn't. Now it will. The Cyclone lock-on. This is a nerf because the Cyclone lock-on was bugged and had the wrong timer. It will now be about 30% slower, which is what it was supposed to be in the first place. So, their auto attack will be stronger, but the lock-on will no longer be as oppressive. Issue with the orbital commands not rallying. Mothership had a redundant psionic tag. You can interference matrix motherships. They're already mechanical. Mothership weapon behaved erratically, targeting changelings. Fixed an issue where Mothership was unable to designate and maintain the correct number of targets for target firing. Fixed an issue where the Mothership target acquiring process would cause it to overly prioritize low priority targets. Fixed an issue where Mothership's range was less than intended. It seems adding the extra weapons to the Mothership may have had some unintended consequences. Fixed an issue where units unloaded out of transports would not reset their attack to the closest unit. Fixed an issue where commands with add-on build would be issued to the same barracks repeatedly rather than spread out. Issue with the key to construct add-on twice could result in production structure lifting when certain settings were used. Huh, wait a second. I don't want to blame a bug, but I've had a few weird NK, I don't know what setting. Set rarely could not be issued with flying ground structures. Ah, okay. As well, that's convenient. These are just quality of life fixes. Visual effects could be seen through Fog of War. Is fixed. Fixed an issue where visual effects from abilities could not be seen even when large portions of the model were well within range. Guardian Shield, Microbial Shroud. Fixed an issue with Disruptor's Retina AoE indicator. Issue where Stasis Wards had no pre-placement visual indicator. Fixed an issue where Liberators could designate an attack target while morphing from anti-ground to anti-air, but not while morphing from anti-air to anti-ground. Fixed an issue where Liberators commanded to siege in areas the range could result in slower execution than being commanded to siege outside their range. What? I don't know how much time that is. But that's a buff. Though a very subtle one. I don't think it was so massive that, but now Liberators should siege more consistently and quicker. Fixed an issue with the model for Zerg. 6x6 rocks would be set too large for its footprint, and projectiles would not produce flesh squibs. Big problem. Ravagers would glide on the ground if held a move command after issuing Corrosive Bile. Feel like that should have stayed. No impact animation was present for Corrosive Bile. Broodlings could greatly delay launching or fail to launch toward their target, depending on their position relative to the Broodlord. Which, I believe this is the Broodlord bug. Yes. That's when the Broodlords were like... And the Broodling goes out and then just comes back. I believe that's what we were seeing. But... and that is part of the reduced effectiveness of Broodlords. We'll see. Microbial Shroud particle effects for units within the Shroud, especially map lighting that could cause flashing lights. Fixed an issue where players could actually drain excess health while attempting to cast Stim Pack. It has a very short cooldown. Bronze Link heroes in shambles. Well, like point ones. They're preventing you from stimming yourself to death. Cyclones hit by a Lurker Spine would instantly go into lock-on cooldown. It might be related to, like, the snipe somehow. Lock-on projectiles damage targets even if the target had escaped detection before impact. That's definitely happened to me before. Fixed an issue where Contaminate could be cast on targets that could not research or train units. You could Contaminate creep tumors. I mean, I guess you could prevent it from building. Damage graphics would not trigger on rich refineries or extractors. Yes. Fixed an impactful balance issue where motherships were not playing their coolest available visual animation while constructing. This is intended to buff Protoss visually. Protoss like pretty colors. They are plants. Updated turning and position visuals for Reapers, Hellions, and Cyclones. Interesting. Fixed an issue where Dark Templar attack sounds would complete regardless of whether a unit had been down damage. Yes, that has happened many times. Huh. Adjusted smart cast behavior for caustic spray and consume. Tended to reduce the reliance on rapid fire for optimal use. Interesting. Fixed an issue where locusts spawn simultaneously would have perfectly synchronized animations rather than behaving like a swarm. More like a hive, but high-sec auto-tracking would not update its level on the icon of the units it affected. Increased allied push priority for Thors and siege tanks. That's a buff. That's a buff. Like, that is a straight-up buff. So when we did this with the Ultra, it was a balance patch. When we do this with Thors and siege tanks, it's just a bug fix. I see. Good to know. I fixed an issue where Terran units were a little hard to use. This is not a Terran-only patch. This is a Zerg patch, actually. Ostensibly. We'll see. Rapid regen would persist above transport. Some graphics above the transport. High-impact weapon made no launch sound. The KDA charge could cause ground units to resemble air units by moving them to a different height plane. I can't tell if this is fucking trolling or not. Like, Brenda. Fixed an issue where the knockback animation will persist and the units are no longer being knocked back. The moonwalking. Added polish to the casting Microbial Shroud via a short cast finish time. We're going to have to see that. Fixed an issue where the rich assimilators' shield armor icon would not update with shield upgrades. Wow, that's specific. Fixed an issue where it was difficult to tell the protection of lurker spines on our clumps of units. Interesting. Fixed an issue where lurker spine damage was desynced substantially with visual effects. So that could be considered... Well, some of those definitely actual balance changes. Many of them, like, animation changes. So, unequivocal buff to Zerg. Storm is going to be pretty rough for Zerg. Well, I mean, I think it's a buff. But we'll see. Ghost being light is a massive nerf. Widow mines and siege tanks and Vikings all being better is a clear direction as well. Microbial Shroud is going to be very strong, but remember, Microbial Shroud is not just for Zerg. It works for anything in the Shroud. So, it can have... I'm not sure if Lurkers do full damage to units in the Shroud, like it's Dark Swarm from Brood War as well. We'll have to see how that works out in ZVZ as well, if we get any of those. Yes. So the thing I noticed with this, almost none of it changes the late game. It's still gonna be Protoss with a huge economy, if they're able to get there, and Infinite Storms Death Ball against Terran and Zerg. But they're gonna struggle more to get there, I think. Zerg versus Terran is gonna be very different. The Siege Tank, Viking, and Widowmine buffs are small, but they add up. Microbial Shroud is not going to be... Well, really, I was gonna say... So, before the Ghost changes, I would have said the Microbial Shroud just means you just go Ghosts every game. Like, that was it. That was the PTR. Was, okay, now I just make more Ghosts. But now that Ghosts are light... Well, let's take a look. My first thoughts are very interesting. The intern is awake and working with people who actually know the editor. That's crazy. Amazing. Thumbs up. Even if balance is completely fucked, if we can get one of these every few months, like, how before we condemn / concern / pick apart the patch notes for a game that you haven't logged into all year. Remember, a month ago, the prevailing, the standard thought process was the game is dead and may never get another patch, and maybe we'll drag it along with community editor patches. So here we are, and boy, do we have a patch. So, maybe be careful what you wish for, but I'm glad. Honestly, just the bug fixes. The bug fixes are more important than the stat changes to me. The bug fixes tell me they will change and fix bugs. That was the issue with the Community Council, the Balance Council patch, was the Cyclone bug persisting for 9 months. My major concern was not changes to balance. It was changes to the game that were unintentional and then persisted for literally the better part of a year because nobody fixed it. So now, go ahead, break some things because it appears we know how to fix it. Let's go for it. And what I see is people caring very loudly. Okay? I'm glad to see all the caring out there. All the excitement. Keep that caring up. It's better than nothing. So, we do have coaching today, which is an odd day to do it. I didn't know the patch was happening. They did kind of false start it yesterday, but I had no idea what the timeline would be. Apparently 1 week, so... Where's my, We're going to, do... Test it all out. This should work. Hopefully I don't break it by... It doesn't matter what race I start with here, but... We gotta check the new mothership build animation. All right. Oh, look. Ah, using... Ooh. I see. Oh, it's using... So, this is using the old mothership core to mothership upgrade animation. Just in case you didn't know it was building out of this before.
With purpose. We await.
It's slow.
Confirmed. Target confirmed.
I mean, the mothership is unequivocally cool. Alright. That is like, it's a unit that should feel like a mothership. Unfortunately, Protoss has a lot of units that feel like hero units on their own, is the issue, much of the time.
New technology research.
Alright, alright. We researched microbial shroud. Gonna have some hydras slither around in it and see what it looks like. All right, here we go. I mean, similar. I wonder what it looks like in a fight. Oh yeah, some changes to... I don't know what they could do. I think it's a little less bright. Like, it's a little darker. That swarm of, like, insects or shroud or whatever it is. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Research.
Oh, it's definitely faster. The lurker attack animation? Interesting. I think it was going that fast before. It's just the animation was a little slower. Like it said, it got desynced at times. All right. Oh, yeah. High Templar. You see the indicator? This is new. Also, it looks sick. Still pretty good. The Zerg one. Let's get a Terran one.
Big job, huh?
Ghost reporting.
I always love the little animation.
My charge.
So, for compare...
I serve.
So,
You sure about that?
this is EMP range. I'm gonna do to the top of the ramp.
Un Orkai
And that is the edge of the radius. It will hit outside the radius. Whereas Storm
are as one.
can technically... So, this seems very specific. Storm now can technically... You can see the little indicator showing it'll hit. Storm with its increased radius will still hit about the same. But in order to cast any further, they'll have to come
Out with it.
into EMP range.
Solo
And EMP
override.
technically is a projectile, so that'll be interesting.
Kinala.
That's not just for Storm, that is the general Protoss graphic. Like, each race has its own, but it's so intuitive you don't really notice. Here's the Time Warp. Recall.
Command center.
I guess
upgraded.
Scan is the most obvious one because this one needs some more pixels.
We are focused. Taro Tassadar. Insufficient energy.
Ghost reporting.
So, EMP,
Yes, sir.
We are
I believe EMP and
light
feedback
of
both
our
have 9 range.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, Brood Lord. I don't know how the caustic spray behavior changed, but that seemed like a bug fix one, I think. Let's go build up command center to attack. Swarm host, swarm nest. Nobody cares about that. So unless you use Broodlords before, kind of hard to tell. It seems like they're not doing... Where did the SCV go? Did I move the SCV?
SCV ready. In the
It
rear.
looks crazy. Well, rarely do you see people microing broods mid-fight, because usually there's better things to do. Seems obvious they're more responsive, because again, usually people are doing other things than microing individual broods, or even groups of them. But we'll see. That could change if they actually are... That might be because they were so unreliable. So for those of you wondering why siege tanks are unabductable, may I introduce our new Lord and Savior. Yeah, they seem to get... That is true. They used to be like... And now they're... These are my Broodlord noises. So it feels better. It feels... Without... I haven't used many Broodlords for a while. I have used some, but they never felt very good. We'll see. What happens if I just sit there and attack? Wait, what? Oh, because I didn't A-click. Like, did they use to attack that fast? They did. It's just... It really doesn't do that much. Did they, though? It says weapon speed 1.79. That is not 1.79 seconds. I think this is bugged. Oh, wait. Wait. Is my cheat... So because they create... Wait. Yeah, I had fast build on. I didn't realize the implications. Okay, alright. Because they build broodlings? Yeah. Which is kind of cool that that's how that works. I guess it makes sense, though. My bad. Oh. Now I already miss it. Oh, that's more like it, I guess. Let's see if it's still... I'm sad now. Oh. Yeah. Somebody's already clipped that and put it on Reddit and said, look, Zerg will never lose a game based on my 0 games. I mean, it feels more responsive. It just feels like I'm throwing pool noodles at it still. But, so, it recharges, I believe, 1 broodling every 1.7 seconds. So, technically, the optimum way is to stutter every, like, 3.5. You can see the little broodlings it grows on its back there.
Bad news.
Refinery requires Vespine geyser.
SCV ready. SCV
Repair
ready.
this while I bully it.
Ah! You scared?
It definitely feels better, but they still hit like a freshly fluffed pillow. Alright, I mean, that's without upgrades,
Army
obviously, but...
upgrade completed.
Wow, I was so excited for the new broods. I disappointed myself. Well, they're definitely more responsive, but they still do the same milquetoast damage. All right, I don't think there are any major other visual changes.
Let's go. In the rear with the gear.
Was Disruptor getting AoE indicator? It had an AoE. Wait, did they mean the?
Cannot build there.
Like if it's not being targeted? Does it show it at all times now? I think it did before, but let's see.
Huh?
You don't see if it's enemy.
We await.
Please.
Guidance.
Come back here.
Directive confirmed.
Mineral field exhausted.
We proceed. Downloading orders. We agree. By the heart of iron.
All right, we're gonna play one Terran game because coaching a Terran later, and by later I mean after this game. But we'll see what we can work in. The new patch doesn't really feel different. I think all the changes are more unit tester changes. Like mass infestor. The thing is, even with Microbial Shroud, your infestors are expensive and their energy is very valuable. So it's just another spell that taxes the infestor. If they use Microbial Shroud, they probably can't fungal. Like,
Bad. SCV ready. Jordan.
More minerals required.
I remember this guy. I remember asking if he actually plays on a trackpad.
SCV ready.
That's all I remember, though.
Huh? Yeah. Let's go. Big
Additional
job, huh?
supply. Not enough minerals.
He's random.
SCV ready.
Also, if we have any diamond zergs in the chat, ideally higher diamond. We have the student. I assume he's still diamond Terran,
Yep. I'm going.
though has actually been playing, so we'll see. My idea of doing like replays and watching as a group like I usually do went out the window with the patch hitting today. So, because you can't watch replays in a group
Big job, huh?
unless they're current.
Sure thing.
You can watch them, but they have to download like an old version of the game,
In the rear with
but you
the
can't
gear.
do
Gotcha.
multiplayer replays then. Which makes sense, but also great. Again.
Command center upgraded.
Bad news. The Grim Reaper has arrived. SCV ready. What's going on? I'm listening. Cat from above. Huh? SCV ready. Let's do this.
Only one gas.
Done. All right. Fear the Reaper Man. Oh, that's all? Yeah. Got some. What you want?
Operational.
SCV ready. Fair enough. Oh,
SCVs under attack.
That's why.
what's it worth? I'm listening. This better be good. SCV ready. Yeah. Go ahead. Go, go, go. By the number,
Command center upgraded.
SCV ready. Watch it. Gangway coming through. Been waiting on you, boy. Ready to raise some hell. Come on, you gonna get me. This better be good. SCV ready. Light it up. You want a piece of me, boy? SCV ready. SCV ready. By the... I'm waiting. Go ahead. SCV ready. Go, go, go. Burn rubber. Gangway.
Add-on constructed.
SCV ready.
Mineral base under siege.
Bandit SCV ready.
Resubscription confirmed. Automatically relaying thanks.
Supply depots insufficient. Insufficient Vespine gas.
In the rear. SCV ready. Work. Big job. Go ahead. SCV ready.
Not.
SCV ready.
Raven online. Commencing.
Light it up. SCV ready. SCV ready. Huh? SCV ready.
Systems fine.
What's going on? SCV ready.
Cannot build there.
Ready to roll out. Who wants some? SCV ready.
Insufficient energy.
Go ahead. SCV ready. SCV ready. Yo. I'm waiting on you. SCV ready. SCV ready. You want a piece of me, boy? SCV ready. SCV ready. By the screaming.
Cannot build there.
Ready. Absolutely.
Ready for service.
Where's the hot action?
State your request. Order accepted.
Ready.
Mineral cluster expended.
Ah! You scared me.
Cannot build there.
You want
New technology researched.
Confirmed.
Go ahead. Yep.
Yeah?
SCV ready. Go, go, go!
Call the ball.
SCV
Engine screaming.
ready.
Scanning.
SCV ready. Bad news.
Receiving. I'm gonna enjoy it. Can do. I got my ears on.
Raise some hell.
That's fun.
Fueled up, ready to go.
Command center upgraded. Not enough energy. Scanning pad.
Engine screaming.
Mineral cluster expended. Research completed. Landing zone obstructed.
Loud and clear. Confirmed.
Mineral field.
Hollow back.
Ready for service.
Receiving. Loud and clear. 5. I got this. Engine screaming. Can do.
Fueled up, ready to go.
Weapons hot. That's fine. Loud and clear. I'm gonna enjoy it. Target acquired. Receiving.
Technology research.
Engaging. No problem. Call the ball. Done and done.
Ready to roll down.
Inbound. They ain't getting far. Mayday! Mayday!
SCV ready.
Roger that. Yeah? Weapons hot. Call the ball. Clean and hearing. Confirmed. They ain't getting. Call it back.
SCV ready. Ready to.
Additional Vespi.
SCV ready.
Done and done.
New subscriber connected.
Engaging.
Ready.
Engine screaming. Nope. Receiving. Yeah?
SCV ready.
Rolling sudden. Can do.
SCV ready.
That's fine.
Enough energy.
I got this. Right.
SCV ready.
Must build.
SCV ready.
Additional supply depots required. Supply.
Mayday! Mayday! Engine screaming. Mayday! Mayday!
SCV ready.
Must build more supply depots.
Go ahead. Lay it on me. Talk to me, boy. What's going on?
Base under siege.
Roll out.
Cannot build there.
Call the ball. Holla back.
Base under siege.
Holla back.
More minerals. Cannot build there.
Enjoy this. Weapons hot.
Ready to raid? SCV ready.
Mayday! Mayday! Yeah?
In the rear with the gear.
Not enough mineral. Mineral cluster expended.
Roger
Mineral
that.
field exhausted. Mineral quantity.
SCV
Engine screaming.
More minerals required.
up, ready to go.
Must build more supply. Supply depots insufficient. Constructed. Base emergency supply depots required. Mineral. Must insufficient energy.
Going in. Ready to raid? SCV ready.
Mineral field depleted.
Absolutely. Daylight's burning. Light it up. Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready. Burn rubber. Ready to raise some hell.
Additional supply.
SCV ready. What's on?
Engineer.
SCV ready. Ready to roll out.
Must build more supply depots.
Understood. Awaiting orders.
I'm ready to raise some hell. What's that? Light it up. Are you ready for
Under
this?
siege.
I'm going in.
Supply depots insufficient.
Ready to raise some hell. Sounds sweet. Yeah.
Must build more.
Ready to plunder. Eat me home. Armed and ready.
Insufficient. Additional
SCV ready.
mineral field.
You've been waiting.
I got
Supply depots insufficient.
Graded drive.
Additional supply on. Must build. Cannot build there. Cluster expended.
Ready to raise some hell.
Supply depot.
SCV ready.
turp.
Lay it on. It's here. Ready to raise some hell.
Mayday! Mayday!
I'm in a heap of trouble.
how many probes? And the stream dies. We're gonna panic. Did we get there? $154 probes was the final tally. Well, we have to. An error occurred starting SC2. You won as Terran, despite such crushing Terran nerfs. No, you gotta end it in the task manager then. All right. It's coaching time. Good morning. Did I turn this on? I'll let you know when I can hear you.
Hello.
There it is.
Ah, gotcha.
All right. Welcome
All
to
right.
the new StarCraft 2.
Yeah, I was playing and then I had to like log out and switch at like 1 o'clock Pacific time.
It's a big patch that I don't think will affect you very much at all.
Well, that's I was gonna say it's a backhanded compliment. It's not even a compliment. That's just rude.
No,
But
it's
that's
because
great.
your playstyle is so stable and consistent, and your mistakes have nothing to do with balance.
Yeah, well, there we
So
go.
you played some games since the patch?
Yes.
Huh? So you
I
got some.
noticed
You got some of those
difference.
replays then?
Yeah, and they should be automatically uploaded. Let me.
You got your post-it note?
Yep. Actually, I just threw it away.
You're running out of
Yeah.
space for post-it notes around the monitor?
No, I got audited.
Running out of space for evidence around the monitor?
Yeah, it's like we need to cut this shit up. State of California is coming and we need to make this look official. So
I noticed. I found the link to it. Sorry for the flashbang to the stream, as it's a very bright. I noticed
so
a lot of battle cruisers.
yeah, I have a good unit. Well, I saw Maru did it on a recent video, and I was like, hey, I'm like Maru. In my mind, I can do that.
You know, honestly, and it seems to have worked out. And you did it on the map that Maru did as well, so.
You don't say.
Now, in the last 30 days, we got 64% against Protoss. Impressive. 62% against Terran, not bad. And 31% against Zerg.
Okay,
So
that Zerg number is trending up. Because it was worse, but now the battle cruisers have somewhat helped it.
yes.
I feel. Well, so look at
I can't complain. All right.
I was doing the 2 racks, and I swear to God, I was like, okay, like I can't do this when my add-ons are on the outside. They always kill them. It's just a fucking shit show. And then I had like, I don't know, it seemed like 3 or 4 games where they were just always on the wrong side. I was like, fuck it, we're doing battle cruisers. And then it just became every game we're doing battle cruisers against Zerg now. But I think I had a 6-game win streak. Then I lost 1, won 2. Then I lost 10.
The stream on Twitch, because Twitch is not so robust, but so you're saying battle cruisers good until they aren't.
Yeah, well, I gotta do a big mech switch is what I do. I get 3 to 5 battle cruisers and then I start switching. But I always end up with just a shitload of money. Like I'm doing work with battle cruisers. I look back and I'm like, oh my god, I've got 1,000 resources. That's not good.
Because you're so intensely microing the flying laser bathtub.
Yeah. So I feel like if I get a little better, like I know it's a problem, so I'm trying to work on it. If I get just like a bunch of Hellions or something, or Hellbats, and march them across the one side of the map, I battle cruiser on the other.
I mean, the most important part of going battle cruiser is making sure you have anything to follow it up, because battle cruisers are possibly the strongest unit in the game. I say, well, pretty much for anyone who isn't the top level. Because dealing with battle cruisers and microing battle cruisers, one of those is much easier. Like, Zerg's pretty lacking in the anti-air. I notice you're playing Masters players too as well. So.
Well, my 10-game losing streak, I played a bunch of them. And let me just tell you, like this Juice, no offense, Juice, if you're watching, see this somehow, not a high Masters. I felt like in that 10-game losing streak, I was playing some guys with like 4,400 MMR. They were good. The Zerg guys blew me out. Everyone else I felt like was actually pretty close. So even though I lost,
don't you
10
do
games,
one base all-ins and Terran versus Terran and Terran versus Protoss?
Yes. Yeah,
they can only get so far ahead at that point, I guess.
Well, I feel like I've actually got a good sense of where the game is
Additional supply details.
after that initial point of engagement. So,
I mean, I can't argue with the results on TVT and TVP. Over 60% win rate. Like, honestly, you're suffering from the self-smurfing problem. You know, smurfing when players.
I've heard.
So what's
Well,
happening is your MMR as Protoss and Terran is higher, but your Zerg MMR is lower. So when you're playing against Zergs, you're struggling because your average MMR is higher than your Terran versus Zerg. Does that make sense?
Right.
So
Yes.
until you actively either shore up your Terran versus Zerg or kind of level off on the others, most Zergs are probably going to be above your level because your average MMR is higher than like your average skill in Terran versus Zerg. This is what happens when you have one matchup that's kind of really bad. Like, it just keeps getting worse because you keep winning in the other matchups and losing in the one you're worst at. So it does take, for most people, it takes like a real effort to shore that up. Or it's just going to keep dragging you down. You're going to go back and forth depending on whether you hit a bunch of Zergs today. Like,
Command center upgrade complete.
Well, I hit a bunch of Protoss today, and it was good.
that is the weirdest thing I've ever heard a Terran say in the recent past, but maybe Clem needs to take some tips. I don't.
SCV ready.
Used to be my worst matchup, but now Zerg is for sure. Look at this name's Reaper. My cameraman Reaper, as a wise man once told me.
I'm waiting to see.
Yeah, me
Yeah.
too. I don't. As you know, even if this game was played today, I have no idea what
I
happened.
feel like... Okay, it's fine.
SCV ready.
He's alive. Stupid stuff.
Okay, that's what it is. 2 gases this are... I mean, you are going battle cruiser. Alright, we'll see how it goes. I can't even complain. I'm watching this, I feel ready. I'm in the exact same position. Why do you think I have so many graphics that apply to every single Terran? Alright, more than any other race.
Hey, Winter, how many mule tier patrons do you have?
Not enough,
SCV ready.
No, but see,
but
like,
all of
you
them are
have-
amazing.
Yeah, but you didn't have them for a long time, so it's like, right? Isn't that like mostly a recent thing?
Command center
Last couple
upgrade
years, I
complete.
guess. You're the only one who's taken me up on coaching on a regular basis.
Oh, I'm the only one that plays the game.
Our
That's
SCVs
likely.
are under attack.
Call out other mule. Dude, we should get a mule tier like tournament.
I think they're busy, you know, affording mule tier patronage. Or, you know, not stressing out and playing this game.
I'm the only one that's in the fire.
But,
Living the life, walking the walk, talking the talk.
yeah, all those things.
All those things.
So the
I'm
fusion
still
core
good.
was a little late.
A little late. I had to kill
Oh,
that
it's
over
2 starport battle. Okay. That was-
Oh yeah, we don't fuck around.
This
here.
actually
We're gonna
seems
do it,
like
we're
a
gonna do it.
real build. Like the gas.
Add-on
This is
complete.
probably a Gumio build that cause I've been doing it for a while.
Yeah, this is not. Well, you did say Maru went battlecruiser, but Maru did not go battlecruiser rush.
Well, I mean,
But
he is my favorite Terran, but he also has his
that's
faults.
like saying that
Yeah, why not?
Picasso painted, and I've also used paints before. Like,
Well, the point I was trying to get across is he's not Gumio.
battle cruisers are honestly, if you can do battle cruisers, that'll carry you. That wall off is horrible,
Yeah, I got a lot of
but it is a wall off.
There we
So
go. Now it's better. There we go. Look at that. Solid.
Command center
His roaches
upgrade
didn't come,
complete.
thank God.
are you
'cause that's like
watching
get a
your
problem.
camera?
No.
That's what we're looking at.
No,
So we get
Oh,
see the
I'm clicking
world
around on
through
the
your
Add-on
eyes.
complete.
Oh, okay, I guess I gotta hit C.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Or
can't-
you could click
I don't
it, I
know-
guess.
don't know.
But
No, I can't. It's disabled on mine.
that,
It's like, you know what you did. You don't need to watch it.
okay.
Wait, everyone, wait, oh, hold on. Okay, switch it. Okay, good.
No, you gotta switch it to your camera.
Got it. Mule tier patron. Don't worry about it.
That's what it says on the description. Is actually nice coach, right? I really like the unique methods you use
just said
to
coaching.
control the game. Like very original strategies for going about things that people thought they figured out a long time ago.
What are you referring to? I'm curious. For this backhanded compliment. If it's even a
Just
compliment.
generally.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. Oh, he gets in. What a jerk.
Why not jump?
I'm going to.
Before-
I gotta wait for the second one. Maximum pain.
Yeah, I guess a few seconds is not gonna matter either way. Well, here we go. Okay, so
A lot of money. A lot of money.
now if you were playing Archon mode with yourself right now, and you could also control the macro, what would you be doing? Just you're magically macroing. What do you build?
Okay, so this is actually where I get confused. I'd be building Hellions for sure. I would build a Marine. Should I build another command center, or should I build 2 factories? I think I built.
I think you can do both because you have 800 minerals.
Yeah, I got
At this
those
stage, after the first battle cruisers, I would, well, by 3 bases, you need to have more production. It needs to be the factories.
Okay,
Building more
factories.
Marines is not important. All right, Nobody cares about the Marines. at this point. But to sink your money, just slap down another command center if you need to. With battlecruiser builds, you end up, even though battlecruisers cost as much as a command center, somehow you end up with enough money for like 2 or 3 extra. But you need to have, the only way you die is if he eventually kills the battlecruisers or stops them, and then you have no ground army.
Yes. I've noticed that. Oh, damn it. Caught me. He caught my second attack.
Unfortunately, you're taking your micro turn.
Yeah, I need my macro. Going
Yeah,
in.
this... Okay. So this is where you're going off the rails. You're not building a bunker for 3 Marines without stim. Alright? Factories... Panic? Why are you panicking? He is dying in his base.
No, but look at all that stuff he was going to send across that my Hellions...
You know your
Reaper
battle
got.
cruisers can shoot ground units too.
I know, but they're across the map.
But you're
Along
building
those-
2 more as well.
I know.
And also you can build more Anyways, you need more factories.
I'm ahead of the supply.
3
Look
CC,
at go.
3 factories. And that's if you're still building battle cruisers. You could... It's not like you can't afford it.
I got all the money.
Research.
Oh, yes.
Got nothing. God, I got a lot of money. Stay safe. So safe right now.
You think 1 bunker and a couple Widowman's gonna stop like 40 roaches?
I can jump back. Now I'm safe.
Yeah, that's a good point. They can teleport across the entire map like once a minute. So all those factories needed to be like... They should have already been done. But if he doesn't go Corruptor, you just kind of win the game eventually with battlecruisers. Because Hydras are... Unless you actually lose them to Spores or Hydras, which would be an accomplishment.
It's been known to happen. Let's hope it's not on this one. It might be. This looks dicey. Whew. Oh god.
Just jump.
Additional supply.
Run away.
Yeah.
Intense. Supply blocked. All that protection.
If all those factories were done a couple minutes earlier, which they easily could have been, then, I mean, the Zerg's already dead. That's just the Zerg experience, is if you're not entirely prepared for one of 17 different things,
Complete.
you're gonna lose to a Diamond 1 Terran who's playing with speakers.
Alright. That was just truthful. Let's go. Hellions go one way, BCs go the other.
That seems extra complicated for absolutely no reason.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Look at that.
And how did that work out for you?
What are you doing over there?
So your battlecruiser is just gonna keep going towards the...
Yep, we're gonna go. We're gonna see that.
What about your
He wasn't
base?
committing.
I guess you're a 1-baser at heart.
Yeah, we're gonna take some losses.
What do you even do as Zerg? So the Zerg's only chance is Corruptors. Technically you can go Infestors with Neural Parasite, but that doesn't actually really solve the problem. Because they don't really counter.
Now he's got a lot of money.
What's going on here? Did you wall in your tank? Yeah, there's... I don't think there was any reason to stop going battlecruisers.
The big mech switch, they never see it. Just going Hydras.
Feel like he already saw it. Yeah, he saw you building the extra factories.
Center upgrade complete.
Also, it's not a big intellectual leap that you're gonna go from...
Hey, they're Zerg. They don't know these things. They got small brains. It's science.
Yeah.
Additional supply
You're quite a science man.
Yep.
Scientologist, I think they're called.
Look, I'm ahead in supply.
Yeah. I mean, you're in headed supply half the APM, like, what's not to love? And you might, like, so I say don't stop building it because the only risk is a critical mass of corruptors. So that way they have to build so many corruptors, because otherwise you just Yamato them. If they build like 10 corruptors, it's worse than building none, because it's just nothing. So you've already won the game. Pretty much you won with the first 2 battle cruisers. We're just waiting to see how long it's gonna take. Look at the supply.
Oh, another 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at this point there's no reason to. The only thing you need to be worried about is, I guess maybe not hurting your wrist too much dropping mules.
He could have a million bases. You never know with these Zergs, Winter. If this was like,
I mean, there's a way to know.
Well, every time I send out my scouts, he's somewhere on the map. You can see it.
You're telling me you can't scout with any of your units?
That bunker. We're just waiting.
The corruptors looking for. I mean, you just need the fact. The only comment I have is the factories and upgrades faster. Just you already knew to spend your money. There's not much more to it here. It's clearly worked. Did you lose your?
Yeah.
Those battle cruisers keep wandering off.
They're trying to put the nail in the coffin. But look at my supply. I'm up to
Yeah.
55. That's pretty good.
Trying to throw the nail into the coffin. Like...
Base is under attack.
Okay, so battle cruisers are not for microing. You just kind of send them off in a direction and they do their thing. That's like their whole spiel. And if they attack you, just jump back. You are really finding a narrow path to not just winning the game here. you
Look at that jump.
Yeah.
Actually, I remember this part. It's gonna get worse
research
before it gets better.
complete.
I'm not
Mineral
surprised to
field
hear that.
depleted.
Little Nick Diaz.
Our SCVs are under attack.
He's got 4 bases. Oh god.
He
found
has
them.
5 bases.
I don't see more. I'm watching my video.
Thors and battle cruisers, the box art units are actually unbeatable for a Zerg who's not using spellcasters well. So, you do need to kind of have them together somewhat.
Yeah, together. That's hot. It's like walking around, walking through the base.
One-
Boom. Go ahead and sit down.
10 idle SCVs.
Oh yeah, I remember that button. I'll find him eventually.
22 idle SCVs. Who needs them, right? When you have 15 mules.
Winter, if you work them too hard all the time, they don't work as well.
That's why
so
you replace them with automation.
Gotta give them a break, everything.
They work so hard they finish their work. And now you're gonna send them to another mineral patch.
Gotta give him a little break.
Upgrade
sometimes.
complete.
Really letting this guy get back in it. What does he
Command
got?
center upgrade complete.
There's no coming back. Like,
Yeah, he has no upgrades too.
well,
He's got one
if
upgrade.
the best way for him to come back would be if you go Mass Thor and he gets infested, because that's a neural parasite is quite good against Mass Thor. Now, let me introduce you to the concept of like leaving 2 units at home.
Well, see now at the base of the left, I got the Hellions and the Siege ships. I just got the Hellions.
Yeah. Well,
look at the top right, that one Hellion down. Oh. Oh yeah, go Hellion. Top right, please.
What about the whole army?
Whatever. 4 kills, 5, 6,
Are you just staring at the Hellion?
7. Yeah. Oh yeah, I get a lot of nasty comments too.
Yeah.
I'm always in good taste.
Uh.
There we go. That's how you do it, kids.
So factory's faster,
Factory's
and
faster.
there's not really any reason to stop going battlecruiser. You can if you want, because like, if you get in and they don't have corruptors by the time your battlecruisers are able to jump out, and you lose the game, you should be disappointed in yourself. Assuming that, like, unless they're, like, stuck in a corner because there are 14 queens. But, oh, wait, he won? Of course he won. The battlecruisers killed, like, 2 bases to start. It was just a whole process eventually winning the game.
Hey, how many people are on this stream?
A few
Tell
hundred.
those stream. Tell them to chill out.
Tell them to chill out.
Yeah,
What?
Daddy's trying to play some StarCraft here.
Oh, do you think it's all of them, like, as a consensus saying, surprising that you won? Not just one guy?
Yeah, I'm a very against all odds sort of person. World's against
Okay,
me.
yes. Let's hear it, chat. Tell us your real feelings of Diamond Terran. No, this is a bad idea. I don't know.
This is a bad idea.
Well, I mean, it worked fine. You will die to some roach all-ins if you do that, but you might just accept that, right? Like, because you don't go. If you don't go Banshee, you're accepting you'll sometimes die to roach all-ins.
Devastating.
Is there any other matchup that you're? Because that was the only Zerg match from the patch that we could look at, so could maybe
Did I have
find
a Terran one from the patch? Actually,
TBT?
I think.
I have a Zerg for you to bully potentially.
Oh, good. Let's go.
The Storm.
Let's get a game in.
He was playing with me on the new patch. He should beat you in a normal game. But I think
they all should.
you can leave the replay now.
I've been drinking. Maybe I should throw that too.
That's exactly. Well, that seems.
It's gonna be extra painful tonight for you.
You weren't drinking for that last game.
Maybe.
Can you remember?
No.
Typical. Speaking of Diamond Terran.
The Storm. I like it.
Should I tell him that you're going battlecruiser? He probably already knows, but.
Yeah, I mean, if he's on the thingy, he knows. Should I go battlecruiser? Maybe I won't.
So, yeah, he's around the same rank, and he gives me a run for my money on a regular basis, so. That I play less power unit. Anyways, ready to go?
Let's go. He gives you a run for his money. He must be really good.
He's just played me a lot and knows what I'm gonna do. And intentionally, we play the same styles, so. I mean, he is good. He used to play a lot more. He used to be solid masters. But, you know, like most people who can't just teleport capital ships into people's mineral lines, hasn't played as much lately. All right, and you've mentioned before you don't mind me live coaching,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, please.
Which is certainly, you know,
Can he
that's
be the
probably.
live coaching?
Most people are not fans of having someone in the back seat while they're playing, or the passenger seat.
We gotta mix up. We're gonna make this like a series.
Are we?
Yeah.
I
Yeah, we'll do like a
mean,
best
it's your
three.
coaching. Okay, so my
Well,
recommendation is don't do this, but
Too late. The die is cast.
oh, and I even have the Maestros of the Game logos on, so it looks real professional right now. Wait, where are you going? Do you know where you're going?
Yeah. This looks good.
$200, by the way, guys. And you can get this level of coaching. Where I tell you, if you're gonna go proxy 2 racks, maybe don't build a barracks first in your main.
2 racks.
Well,
2 racks. Just that.
I am uncertain you deserve.
Skill check, right? Skill check?
it's certainly a skill check, yes. Yes, we'll turn this into a best of 3.
There we go.
Winner plays me.
Oh, fucking hell. What a dick. Who scouts those? Like,
That was like the most normal Overlord scouting. It went right by it. Like, it was directly in the path of the Overlord. He almost couldn't miss it.
Greetings.
Okay. So this is not the ideal start, but you know. I wonder how the new patch is gonna affect this sort of strength. Maybe if he can get to Microbial Shroud, he can reduce the bunker damage. Alright, well. Looks like you're developing your tech from here.
Allegedly.
Insufficient vesting.
I think your microphone is quite far away from where, you know, it might be in the right spot. Either way. So, we've already, as soon as you sent those SCVs out, you went outside the purview of my most of my potential advice, but you are still making SCVs and Marines, both of which are very good, so yeah, that's just a bunch of Marines. Hey. Okay, what's it gonna be? Time for the factory, I see. What could go wrong? Yeah, that.
Oh, not gonna lie. Bad. I think I'm just dead. Hope that we survive.
So you could play this out if you'd like.
Well, I just rush them back. I thought to play this rain. It'd be bad manners to just not.
Well, this is a situation you may find yourself in when you decide to randomly do a proxy racks on the ladder. So, trying to find your way out from this situation is important. Do you have a vision for the future, or is it just whatever comes to mind?
Whatever comes to mind. I think I'm gonna have to start dropping them. I think I get my.
You're gonna
tech.
start dropping them. All right.
I'm gonna
With
stabilize
Marines.
the- Yes.
Okay.
Not enough.
Siege tank up. Make me feel a lot better.
Not enough. Not enough. Not.
energy.
Is that many SCVs?
Well,
That's
I mean, the SCV production has been pretty solid.
Appreciate
complete.
that.
And no matter what he does, your response is going to be Marines and medevacs, I assume. Yeah, I cannot. The microphone is definitely not consistently picking up your
Mumbling?
analysis. I'm just gonna. I think I can figure it out for myself what you're thinking, though.
Okay, what am I thinking?
You're thinking you're gonna send out 2 medevacs and you have literally no plan past that.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Well, good luck. It's not like I have multiple memes about this exact scenario. Of course not. This is the only person who takes me up on coaching, everyone. And now we're making the same mistake we made months ago.
All my hotkeys.
Have you tried putting your hands back on your keyboard? Okay. Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Honestly, a pretty competent looking army.
Not enough.
You just chilling?
Not enough. Not enough. Building.
Sure thing.
Well, here we are. See how it goes. You still won the fight. Despite your best efforts, this was still a solid time. No upgrades. Like random units. And still. That legitimately had potential to kill him. Now I don't think well, you got Marines and tanks, so you always got a dream here. How long until he gets Ultralisks?
Be long, but
Yes, that is correct, chat. This is very important. Instead of playing, what you're doing is more important, which is making fun of someone who is playing.
live the dream. Live through me.
Witness me! I will tell you right now, the supply is closer than you think. I feel like you overestimate Zerg on a frequent basis. What could go wrong? Was that a target fire? Ooh. Well, I mean, besides losing every single unit, that went pretty great. And now your upgrades are done. to be for chat, but this is an example of literally not caring is sometimes quite an advantage. As I will tell you, when you went for that attack, you had more supply. That is no longer true.
If I was only good.
But I mean, we've got the build. Upgrades, economy. I'm gonna get the graphic out again. You remember Terran for Dummies?
Sir?
I'm gonna read it out.
Switch here.
Now that we finally eventually rolled around to something looking like a workable situation. Upgrades, production, economy, units, attack. Upgrades. Why is 2-star? You know what? Never mind. Economy. Snarky McScreamy again. I don't call it screaming. I call it caring loudly. Upgrades. Economy. Production. Units. Who's talking around you? Need mic sensitivity? He's playing on speakers, I assume, on his trackball. And his speakers are probably gray from Windows 98. So we tried to work out headphones last time, but just like his build orders, I think that it didn't take. So here we are. But we can interpret. Like, oh wow, where did the Zerg come from? I guess I'm winning. Huh. Was I off? Or was that about right?
That was right. You hit it.
Wait.
Alright, Baneling, scary, but that planetary, the real MVP.
Get some.
The micro upgrades, economy, production, units, attack. How is this game still going?
Not enough minerals.
Oh. Bad news about that. As he finally killed the planetary. There you go. Alright. It's GG now. You can fight to the bitter end if you'd like. But, he's pretty solid 200 supply. Maybe if you get that battle cruiser, though. Wait, what? Battle cruiser?
He bested me. Let's play again.
You see, now, if you're wondering how to get to Masters, or at least close, that's the attitude. Unironically, go through that entire game while being somewhere between chastised and criticized, and then immediately say, let's play again.
I need another drink. I'll be right back.
And then say, wait a second, I need another drink. Maybe that's a key part of it, too. I don't know. That's... All right, everybody get your drinks, I guess. He did lose, but the thing is, I don't know. At this point, we're just... Now, for the Patreon Mule tier, you can get coaching each month. Almost nobody takes me up on it. But,
Oh, yeah.
now you're going to need to move... What is your microphone setup?
Okay. Let me figure this out.
What are you using as a microphone?
I have a headset. Let's see. Input device. Oh, no. Microphone BIOS. Now here.
Here we go. Is this better? This should be better.
What? You
Better?
were you using like a webcam mic?
Yeah, I was using my webcam.
Well, it's much quiet. Can you turn it up on Discord? Do you know how...
No, I don't know how to do anything.
Okay. Well, it's way too quiet and I can't turn it up enough, so you see in the
Quiet?
bottom left of Discord where it says the little gear where it says user settings.
Yeah.
Click on that. Go to voice and video.
Okay, voice, yeah.
And then you see where it says input volume.
Yeah,
What is it at?
all the way.
What?
Yeah, let's check.
Okay. We're gonna try another thing. Or
It
did
says
this...
it's
You know, that's probably good enough. All right.
better than before.
It is better in that I can hear you speaking even if it's quiet. So, because before I feel like we were picking... So it was the webcam.
Yeah, now it's the thing. But see, my on my headset, the microphone thing fell off. 'Cause I think I threw it a couple times.
You
So it
threw
just
it?
came back. Yeah.
Is
you get
there a
mad.
reason for that?
Yeah, you lose a game, you get mad. I've broken a few keyboards. You just pick them up, go ah, and just drive your knee through them.
Why don't I believe you on that one?
Dude,
You've
fucking
driven
asshole.
your knee through the keyboards?
Yeah, you just pick it up and crush it on your knee. Yeah. I mean, I take this seriously. Winter, it's been what how long has this game been out? Like 15 years? I never got the master.
I wonder. So it's a double-edged sword. The
competitive-
go-getter attitude that we
Yeah.
have.
Wife hates you. Crushing keyboards, throwing headsets, yelling at kids. Get out of my room, Daddy's playing his games. I'm gonna win Father of the Year this year, though.
Is that a competition? What are you gonna do if you lose?
Well, probably beat up the guy that wins.
That's not the
What would you
worst
do?
option. All right.
Ooh, it's hot in here. You guys hot? What are you guys drinking? I'm drinking bourbon. If anyone says beer, yay.
Okay. Everyone stay hydrated because I feel a headache coming on. And it's important to stay hydrated.
All right, Coach. Now, can Storm? Does he know what I'm gonna do? Like, is he watching the stream?
How can he know what you're going to do?
I don't know. Like, he like.
What are you going to do?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to-
Exactly.
Okay, I'm not gonna do the 3.
One, he's not on the stream, and two, he's a Zerg. What is he gonna do anyways? Like,
I don't know. They're so slimy and sneaky. I have nightmares.
that's a good
about
point, but not relevant in this scenario.
them. Now I could. Well, I already fucked up my build. 2
How?
racks below. Well,
Oh,
no, I
thank
could
you.
have done it.
That's
All right,
good. This is good.
We're just gonna go for the BCs like a man.
All right. I'm not compensating for anything.
Of course not. Why would I do that?
That's a good point. Can't think of anything.
Yeah.
I'm going for the biggest unit with its big cannon. It shoots right out of the front.
The best
Okay.
unit. Tremendous.
All right. Well, that seems about your speed. The
I have
last
them-
game you were winning, despite your best efforts at multiple points.
I tried not to. Couldn't help
That's
it.
not true.
I
That's
tried
also a
my
lie.
game.
You may not have tried your best, but you weren't actively trying to lose either. You were?
Oh.
You were. Alright. You were there. Alright, now. You know, it's probably better if I just keep you distracting, because then you can't think.
Motherfucker.
No, he's not. That's a very normal timing. That's exactly what you've done 100
is.
times against Zerg. That's a normal amount of Zerglings.
Watch this target fire. Oh no! Almost died. All right, we're...
What did we say about the Reaper?
Yeah, he's a cameraman.
Yes. And did that seem like something a cameraman usually does?
No, he was trying to YOLO. That was overcompensating, for sure. Okay, I'm gonna go back. He's all the way back. Just want to check on the third base. Insert a little off. Done. Speed.
All right.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. That might have been the drinks. No.
The flailing factory?
No.
No, it couldn't have been. That's a normal factory move.
That's for Diamond Terran. No, that's par for the course.
I would say so.
He ain't lying.
Well, the build is
It's an old build. But it checks out.
going straight to battle cruisers. Yeah, it's about the oldest build. As long as the Zergling doesn't get in and see, well, he's gonna see the gas, but you know, does it really matter if he knows? Also, that could just be mech. I thought Diamond was like giga skilled players. Maybe I overthought it.
Yes,
That's
yeah.
your mistake. You were thinking. Alright, that's what's keeping you out of Diamond.
I want to do it. I know you said not to, so I'm looking at myself.
It's fine, as long as you didn't forget other key parts of your build.
Did I?
Did you? To actually answer your question, not really. Besides the fact you're not walling off your natural. Otherwise, like... You were... I don't know if you were intentionally saving for that second battle cruiser, but... it worked out.
Oh fuck, I forgot my... No, I got it. Great. Okay. Let's go one more. I want to wait till 2 BCs before I jump.
I like how the headphone or the mic is getting further away with time. Is that because you need to move it to drink? Did I figure it out? Alright, this is why I'm a professional.
Fucking gas. Let's go.
Okay, wait. Now, what did we say? 3cc. Just send him on a move command somewhere. And then do the rest. Spend the money! I don't care how. More!
Fuck, I don't have my fucking thing.
More! More spending! Stop micro, more spend. Okay, there you go. All right, you're allowed to micro for 10 seconds now. Spend! Upgrades! How do you get upgrades for these fancy things? What are you doing? You have Yamato cannon, by the way. That's not the did you have you re-hotkeyed your Yamato for your tactical jump? Because you know they're right next to each other. Or did you just I think you just remembered that, didn't you?
I don't change any key settings.
So you just fat-fingered the tactical jump
Yes.
instead of the Yamato cannon? Did it matter? It did not. Spend! Also, you hit the spawning pool with one of them. You know what? Close enough. Whatever.
Fuck, how do I get upgrades?
For those of you sane people out there who know how to change hotkeys, I recommend changing Yamato cannon to C, especially if you use rapid fire. So that way you don't accidentally tactical jump or you're trying to Yamato, which can have less than ideal consequences.
Oh, fuck. So greedy.
All right, now do something. You know you're allowed to expand past 2 bases.
Please.
How's that triple armory coming along?
I am uncertain you deserve that.
How's that triple
Those. Yeah, real good.
You thought you were gonna lose that fight?
Yep.
Okay. I mean, I guess you get to decide. Spoilers, you were not going to lose that fight. You may have lost 1 battlecruiser, to be fair. But you know what? Now you're spending your money. Upgrades, production, units. Actually, that's a pretty strong looking army. Just gotta lumber in the general direction of the enemy.
I am uncertain you deserve that.
My shit. You know what I mean?
That is not the ideal place to be just sitting there. I like the multi-pronged. And all that cost you was not building anything the entire time. There you go. That is a beautiful corrosive bounce. Not that it matters. Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad idea. I guess you are mostly maxed out. Oh yeah, there's another army. Nice job. Wow. Yeah, I think he got him. Did that feel stronger?
Felt good.
Felt like you had an army after the battlecruisers did anything?
That was intense.
Look at the army value. The army value tab.
Yeah, okay. That's a lot. Wow.
Notice the only time that you're in any danger is before you get your production. And then, once your production starts, it's pretty clear.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
All right.
It is cool to have you yelling at me.
Well...
Like, you make me significantly better by just being like, spend your money, spend your money.
Have you bought my announcer pack?
Well, I give you $200 a month, so I don't know.
Well,
how much
that does not include the in-game announcer pack, so that one's sold separately.
Yeah, but how much do you get from that?
I got paid up front, so nothing.
Rookie mistake.
Oh, I don't think so, based on a lot of numbers I saw.
Oh, okay. Well,
Blizzard very much did not want to have to pay people overtime. This was before they abandoned us for 5 years. So...
Well, good for you then.
I would have had to sell 6 digits of packs, I think, to balance it out. But, all right, final boss time. We got time for one more. Actually, we're going to go over an hour, but you know what? I need to prove something to myself here. Let's be honest. You're at the edge of your learning capability right now. Possibly at the edge of your memory capability. But that's not required to play battlecruisers. Or whatever you're going to do.
So am I going to 3-racks you right now? Is that what's going on?
Do you know?
I don't.
We're
That's
about to find out. Do you normally offer coaching? Yes, for the Mule tier patrons on Patreon, which is $200 a month. You do not. You can send it without even asking for coaching, like most people. I do enjoy some coaching occasionally, especially since you're such a good sport about it, and also won't remember if I insulted you directly.
Oh, I remember. I just don't care.
That's also fine.
The stories I could tell you to have a thick skin.
Well, we'll keep your skin where it is, though. That's fine.
Yeah, you should go back and check my contacts. I was trying to get coaching like at least a year before, and I don't want to name any names, so I was they wouldn't get me through. I was just trying to figure out how much does it cost for coaching. I could not get an answer out of your system.
It does require some basic literacy.
Not on my part. My literacy was good.
But here we are. That's what matters, right?
Here we are. Here we are. See, I'm trying to raise the stakes.
All right. All I see are mistakes.
Throw you off your game.
All right. I'm thrown.
Is it working?
Yeah, it's working real hard right now.
Good, good, good. So how long have you been doing this now? 15 years?
Give or take.
Oh, no, 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 no! I made a mistake! Don't watch the replay.
Okay.
Good. Woof!
It was in the
Second.
right spot, don't worry.
I need another drink.
Insufficient overlords. Mineral
Says,
quantity
do this.
insufficient.
Then do that. Then do this.
Required.
How badly did you misplace the command center?
Command center's perfect. Just shouldn't have built a barracks before I built it in the same spot.
That's fair.
Son of a bitch. You trying to catch me, knowing my weaknesses.
Which one?
Birthed swarm forces under
Off.
attack.
Didn't even have him hotkeyed either. Look at this climb action. Get the fuck
Got him. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just under heavy pressure, that Reaper was able to snipe the creep tumor.
Insufficient.
You think you're just gonna drop that like that?
Required. Not
Apparently
enough
not.
minerals.
I think so, boy.
You think you're just gonna drop that like that?
Okay.
Swarm forces under attack. More.
You are a real dick, Winter.
How dare I use any units in the early game?
Successful. Swarm has
Zergs are supposed to sit there and get bullied by Terran, not the other way around.
Good. I'm glad you're aware how this game is supposed to be played.
That's, yeah, that... I remind you, you're the one who asked for coaching.
And it took a while, but I'm here.
I'm not sure the amount of time would matter in the end with our current trajectory.
It matters to me.
That's fair.
Time is money to a guy like me. I got goals and stuff.
successful.
Well said.
Not enough energy. Command. Acceptable. Newly birthed queen. Swarm forces under attack. Swarm forces under attack. Must spawn more overlords. Insufficient energy must be more on insufficient overlord. Need more Vespine.
Oh, that was frustrating.
If only there was there's an overlord watching the moment you move out with your Hellions.
And I moved my fucking guy there. So let this guy get in.
Under attack.
Ah, yes. I couldn't have figured it out.
Must command under. Swarm forces under attack. Not enough energy. Command.
Resubscription confirmed. Automatically relaying thanks.
Swarm forces under attack. Mineral cluster.
Come back.
Swarm forces under attack. Mineral field exhausted.
Susan!
Creep tumor under attack.
Doing exactly what you needed.
Susan's too girthy.
True.
Mutation complete. Newly birthed queen ready. Command unacceptable. Insufficient. Command unacceptable. Evolution complete. Sequences spun. Swarm mutated. Command unacceptable. More. Swarm has evolved.
Geez, I need like minerals, supply depots,
So like the basic
everything.
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 Mutation complete. Evolution. Not enough energy.
Apparently nothing is hotkeyed anymore from a...
Was it hotkeyed in the first place?
More overlords required.
You don't have to answer that question.
Sorry, apparently my mic couldn't pick that up. I was
Hive cluster.
musing over if it was hotkeyed or
Hive cluster under direct assault. Command unacceptable. Hive cluster swarm forces under attack. Command unacceptable. Evolution complete. Insufficient energy. Sequences spun. Swarm mutated. Swarm forces under attack. Mineral cluster expended.
Thank you for the Thors.
Casters. Really?
That's how you get to Masters. That's Zerg, alright.
Swarm has evolved.
Do you know what those spellcasters are called?
Festers.
Correct.
Command unacceptable.
Just because I can't use them
No, not possible.
doesn't mean I don't know what they are.
Swarm forces under attack. Depleted. Cluster. Swarm mutated.
Well, after the battle cruiser. So now it's not a guarantee, but many Zergs, if you don't do anything and you sit on 2 base for over 5 minutes, are just going to expect battle cruiser. Like, it's not uncommon, especially on the ladder.
Yeah, your Ling backstabs really threw me off.
Yeah, the Overlord's just hanging out waiting for it. Not a huge investment, but that's why you gotta always keep 2 at home. Unless you're super confident they're not doing that. But
That was good.
unfortunately, your build is pretty good for the most part when you're able to put it together, which I think increasingly less so at the moment. But TVT and TVP are going well enough. I don't think the patch will affect it very much at all. In fact, it might make it a little bit easier to do 1 base all-ins because Overcharge was nerfed, which means less energy for Protoss, less scouting. TVT Vikings are cheaper. I don't know how much you use Vikings in your TVT build, but
A lot.
are you doing the siege tank Viking attack?
Yeah, usually I'll do a drop at first, and then I'll 2-prong them. When they go to deal with the drop, then I've set up in their expansion with the siege tank and some marines.
Well, now you got cheaper Vikings to send in there. But otherwise, well,
These are good against Protoss too. Land them.
yeah, they are.
Hey, so let me ask you. I'm just noticing this. There's these 2 other Protoss guys that we keep battling for the top of the league. So I guess the guy. Got
The league doesn't matter.
So what do I need to get into Masters? Like 4,200, 300, 400?
I think it's 200. It says it after each game you play. Like, you gotta hover over the little question mark after each game. The rank in your league does not matter at all.
Your MMR is used to track your combats. Increase the number.
You can't see it right now, awkwardly. Let's see. I can maybe find it.
It's okay. I think you told me before. I'm just curious. Like, do I need to get to 2,000?
4,240 is Masters 3 right now.
So I'm about 106 away.
A good streak. Yeah. And
No,
your
I
win
lost
rate is
10
over
in a row.
50%, so you'll continue like the graph on SC2 replay stats as well is pretty clearly headed upwards over time. So
Zerg figured out. All right. Well, I feel good about it. No 3 racks.
yeah,
Stick to battle cruisers.
stick to battle
See?
cruisers.
Right. That's what every Terran player wants to hear.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm glad to be the one to approve. All right. Well,
All right.
with that knowledge, good luck. Have fun. Thank you.
You're welcome. Do you want anything from Japan, Winter?
You can share your favorite story,
Oh, okay.
or maybe not that. I don't. We'll see. We'll see. Nothing specific. All right. Have fun.
Are you into Pokemon at all?
I think they have Pokemon outside of Japan as well.
Okay.
But
All right.
also
all
no.
right.
But all right,
Okay,
have
I'll
fun though.
All
Good
right,
luck.
take it easy. Thank you. Bye.
Well, so all of that to say, yeah, just keep building battle cruisers. He was trying to be nice, I know, but it's dangerous to actually answer that question. Also, and I quote, I don't give a shit. That's it. That his word. You know, that attitude has both stalled him out and carried him this far. For those actually wondering, like, there is no substitute for actually just playing the game. And that is something he does more than most and is continuing to move up. We started at Diamond 3 like 6 months ago, now Diamond 1 consistently. If he could stop having a mental breakdown microing at one battle cruiser, then he's probably going to be Masters by next month. So, who shows up to a lesson drunk and drinking? Someone who can drop $200 a month and not give a shit about it. And is going to Japan. That also helps, I guess. Why is it priced so high? That's a ridiculous amount. Because, well, we still do some Angry Coach for the right price. We got about 3 more hours of September. But, because I got sick of doing actual coaching, because between the scheduling and people taking it about as seriously but giving me a lot less money, wasn't worth it. So, all right. The new patch. We're back to gaming. I guess we'll rotate through.
Hell, it's our quantity insufficient.
So, I was going to say at the beginning, if you're on YouTube, you can watch the beginning of the stream near it, and I go over all the changes. We'll do it again after this game, because it's been a few hours, and also the fucking stream broke on it. So, mech is better. I mean, partially because bio is worse. I've been going mech anyways, so... Hyperflight Banshees are ridiculous if you can survive long enough to get them, so...
Enough minerals.
SCV ready. Bad news. Sure thing.
Interesting.
SCV ready.
Your dedication will be rewarded.
I don't think that's enough space to actually...
Evasion rate on gift subs this month.
Go ahead. SCV ready. In the rear with the gear. Ah. Huh? Bad news. Huh? Go
Well, the changes don't affect the effectiveness of cannon rushing.
In the rear with bad news. What's going on? Big job, huh? Ah.
All right. I think he actually fucked it. You can't even fit a cannon back there. So he just put it in the wrong spot in the first place.
Go, go, go.
Yeah. The SCV's true.
Yep.
Well.
What's going on?
Who cannon rushes at this level? Plenty of people. It's like, these people who are actually playing the game should play the real game, so that way I can see the changes vicariously through Winter. Come on, guys, don't you know? I'm trying to... Alright. We're just gonna quickly... I'll see if anything percolated through. Zerg Spire cost reduction, 50-50 less, and 5 seconds faster. Banelings plus 5 HP after speed. Microbial Shroud reduces ranged attack damage by 50%, but it requires an upgrade and 100 energy. Energy recharge, 50 energy on a shorter cooldown, 60-45. Mothership, significantly slower. Size Storm is now 140 damage over 6 seconds, as opposed to 80 over 3. So a slight DPS reduction, but it has 0.5 larger radius, which works out to about 70% more area. But it has less cast range to partially balance it out. Dark Templar blink attack delay. Surveillance mode reveals observers, but now they have the most vision of any unit in the game in surveillance mode. Purification Nova cooldown reduced by 4 seconds. Stasis Ward reduced to 90-second timer. Siege Tank can no longer be abducted. Viking reduced by 25 minerals. Drilling Claws 40% faster burrow. Hyperflight Rotors 21 seconds faster. Liberator Sight is no longer long enough to see the edge of the Liberator range when you're sieged up with the range upgrade. It requires vision from other units. Ghost Supply reduced from 3 to 2, and Ghosts now have light attributes. As well as fixed an impactful balance issue where motherships were not playing their coolest available visual animation while constructing. This is intended to be a buff to Protoss visually. The Cyclone bug is fixed. A bunch of other bugs are fixed. Things more responsive, animations being updated and all that. The summary being, they actually have people who know the editor who seem to have worked on it. The very first iteration of the patch was clearly, there's no two ways about it, an amateur attempt. There were so many little bugs and quirks of somebody who was just trying to figure out how to make it work. And then, the second version, not too many days later, included literally dozens of technical bug fixes, some of which have been in the game for months or years. So that implies they have people who know what they're doing in some fashion, working on it in some fashion, and that's the most important part. Mothership speed was nerfed? Oh, did you want Zergs to lose faster? Because they can't abduct them anymore. It's a slight nerf to Skytoss.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
We don't need to know.
Must construct additional pylons.
Wait, what? No. And I chronoed there. Let's see, when was Skytoss since they're so OP? Alright, deal. I'll struggle my way into playing Skytoss somehow. Assuming this guy doesn't do the 12 pull I'm suspecting. Also, I forgot I'm now walling off with the pylon. I've been converted. I still don't like it at all. But the value of denying early pulls is there. Testing it. They now reliably go back after shift queuing despite building in the assimilator. Wow. Quality of life.
Quantity insufficient.
The first move. Glorious combat is upon us. Yes, Executor.
More minerals required.
Glory to the Daylong. Combat, we serve with pride. Give us your command. Faith, Najakar Mina. Ire shall. Glorious combat is upon us. We are of one mind. Let your will be heard. A window the threads of fate.
Insufficient energy.
An air. How can
Nexus
I
point under enemy attack.
We introduce.
Not energy.
Our fates are one.
New technology research. Insufficient energy.
I mean, it was about as bad as it could have been.
Required. Must be placed in power field.
Oracle,
Yeah.
it is destined. You seek an air.
Inadequate supply. Pylons inefficient.
How can I aid you?
Probes under attack.
The Nomen.
Not enough energy.
Our windows.
Cannot walk there.
I see. Glory to the Daylong. Let us.
Cannot. Not enough minerals.
Extrapolating strings. How can I aid? Nazuktai.
No lair?
The enemy has discovered us.
Ooh.
Our fates are one. I see. Extrapolating strings.
Mineral quantity insufficient. I'm here in the shadows.
How can I aid you?
Upgrade complete.
You You seek guidance? I see. Enemy shot. Hope left.
Inadequate supply. Pylons inefficient. New technology.
I have met the enemy.
Must construct additional pylons. Additional cannot warp there. Insufficient energy. Must mineral field. Cannot warp. Additional SP required.
I have met the enemy.
Army upgraded. Insufficient Vespine gas.
Dimensional. Let us begin.
Not enough minerals.
An omen.
I return to assaulting.
The threat.
Dispersing. Probes under attack. Cannot warp there. Nexus point under attack. Protoss forces now in combat. Insufficient Vespine gas. Nexus point under additional Vespine gas. I return to mineral cluster expended. Insufficient cannot Nexus point under need attack Vespine gas. Not warp there. Nexus point under attack. Expended. Not enough energy. Mineral quantity in enemy assaulted. More minerals required. Nexus point under enemy attack. Nexus point under enemy attack. Enemy assaulted probes. We embrace the glory of battle. Pylon probes under attack. Insufficient. I return to serve. More minerals required. Nexus point under enemy attack. Nexus point under enemy attack. Field exhausted. Pylon under assault. Cannot warp there. Data block. Additional. Nexus point under enemy attack. More minerals required. We embrace floors. Not enemy assaulting probes. Mineral quantity insufficient. Mineral cluster expended.
It's not looking good.
I return. exhausted.
Clearly, Sky Toss is unplayable now. That's a science fact. Never actually got there. 100 drones. The infestors. This feels like one of those scenarios where a unit has been so far out of it for so long. Like the infestor en masse. Where people are going to use it, it's going to seem really good because no one's used to seeing it in these scenarios. Like, not a single microbial shroud, not a single part of the microbial shroud was used there. No banelings either. Yet, the threat of the infestor. Yeah, Neural has always been very good. It's just using it stuns your infestor as well. So that is the risk there. We don't play versus barcodes? Apparently not. I was just gonna play it out, but immediately. So you're wondering why we don't? Beat Nina and then decided I don't know. Whatever. I don't think the Shroud... Yeah. I think the Shroud is actually a cool idea that is... I guess you have to put it on the Infestor. The Infestor is back to carrying a lot of weight now. I mean, it already was, but even more so.
More minerals required. Mineral quantity insufficient.
Yeah, the upgrade and the energy cost move it solidly from a mid-game option to a late-game unit. Because both of those things mean you're just not going to have... Like, you're not going to have it in the 150 supply fights.
Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals. birthed queen ready. Not enough energy. More minerals required. Mineral quantity insufficient. Queen birth successful. Not enough mineral. Swarm forces under attack. More minerals required. Must be morphed. Insufficient. Newly birthed queen ready. Must spawn more overlords. Must be insufficient. Mineral quantity insufficient. Swarm forces under attack. Must spawn more overlords. More overlords required. Must spawn more overlords. Queen birth successful. Insufficient energy. Newly birthed queen ready inside. Command unacceptable. Insufficient energy. Command unacceptable. Queen birth successful. Swarm forces under attack. Not enough energy. Insufficient energy. Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals. More minerals required. Command unacceptable. Mineral field command weak. Not enough minerals. Swarm forces under attack. Mineral. Command. Mineral field depleted. More overload. Swarm forces under attack. Swarm forces under attack. Mineral field depleted. Need more Vespine gas. Swarm forces under attack. Mutation. Insufficient Vespine gas. Mineral plus additional Vespine gas required. Command unacceptable. Swarm forces under attack. Swarm forces under attack. Need more Vespine gas. More minerals required. Mineral quantity insufficient. Swarm forces under attack. Not equal. Command unaccept. More minerals required. Complete. Mineral quantity insufficient. Swarm forces under attack. More minerals required. Insufficient Vespine gas. Insufficient. Must spawn more overlords. Command unacceptable. Evolution complete. Not enough minerals. Command unacceptable. Mineral cluster expended. Evolution complete. Command unacceptable. Mineral command unacceptable. Sequence it. Fields mutated. Swarm forces under attack. More Vespine gas. Evolution complete. Swarms under attack. Under attack. Hive cluster under direct assault. Swarm forces under attack. Hive cluster under direct assault. No, swarm forces under attack. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field exhausted. Command unacceptable. Not possible. Supply limit reached. Forces under attack. Mineral field depleted. Sequence it. No, not possible. Additional. No, not possible. Supply. Swarm forces under attack. Insufficient. Must be morphed on creep. Swarm forces cluster extended. Vespine geyser exhausted. Must be morphed on evolution. Mineral field exhausted. Swarm forces. Not possible. Supply limit reached. attack. Command. Mineral quantity insufficient. Must be morphed on creep. Swarm forces. Mineral cluster expended. More mineral swarm forces under attack. Not enough minerals. Hive cluster under direct assault. Mineral quantity insufficient. Mutation complete. Swarm forces under attack. More minerals required. Creep tumor under attack. Creep tumor under attack. Drones under attack. Swarm forces under attack. Not enough enemy assaulting drones. Under direct assault. Mineral. Cluster swarm as assault. Sequences spun. Swarm mutated. Mineral field exhausted. Additional Vespine gas required. Mineral field exhausted. Mutation. Swarm forces under attack. Hive cluster under direct assault. Swarm forces under attack. Vespine mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals required. Command unacceptable. Vespine geyser in additional Vespine gas required. Need more Vespine gas. Newly birthed queen. Swarm forces under attack. Hive cluster under direct assault. Hive cluster under assault. Swarm forces under attack. Mineral field depleted. Hive cluster under direct assault. Swarm forces under attack.
I mean, I should have lost 20 minutes ago, but Microbial Shroud and Health on Banelings does nothing to stop Archon Tempest. Honestly, if the mothership being slower could be a buff for potato players. Because so many times the mothership goes out ahead of the ground army. Now that it's slower, it will match the speed of the average Protoss. The mutas look good. Yeah, there was a point there. I just didn't know where I wanted to go. I wanted to go ultras. And then I wanted to, but I didn't quite get it. Had the mutas? I mean, the mutas feel the same. If they don't have phoenixes, by the time they come out, they're good. It is significantly faster. All right, 50 gas in 5 seconds. That's probably another phoenix build. And I did a 13 pull to start. Like, it was a very kind of different sort of timing. You definitely can't, like, I was trying to channel the guy who just beat me, but I didn't quite get the damage rolling. I think you need to pick, like, you have to be realistic. Even Cyril seemed to be doing that lately. You get one spellcaster, all right? You can't do Vipers and Infestors and Queens and Ravagers. It's never going to happen. You're going to drop the ball on probably all of them. So you pick your spellcaster, and I think with this patch, the Infestor is back. It never really went anywhere, but it was more arguable whether it was Viper or Infestor or just other compositions. But the Infestor is decisively back. And no Hydras. I needed anti-air units, was the problem. Q time. Make no mistake, like, that wasn't the patch there. I didn't do enough. He held the line. That, honestly, kind of hard to tell if Storm affected it much. It didn't... I don't want to play PvP. I'm just going to pick... You know what? Pick my Zerg. And suffer. I'll play ZVZ. Like, you play Shroud yet against Toss? Shroud does not reduce Zealot damage, Archon Splash, or Storm. So... I don't think it's worth the energy. We don't play barcodes. Do we play the game at all? Apparently not. Also, if you use the Shroud and you have, like, ranged units, which I didn't, which so wasn't really relevant, it can be used against you. It reduces... It works for everyone in the Shroud. Not just your units. So, No, I think mutas. So what's gonna happen, like it does with every sort of patch like this? You know what this reminds me of? You know when the Oracle meta started? It was when, I think it was Print F, the professional cannon rusher. And I say that as an actual fact. The only, like, he has like a doctorate in cannon rushing. He discovered that the Oracle actually did more damage because it reset its attack when it killed a unit. This was like 5 years almost into Legacy of the Void. Nobody had really realized that was the behavior. So, promptly, within a week, Blizzard patched that out. The behavior of the Oracle like it had been ever since Legacy of the Void. And with no other change, like it was just discovered the behavior of the Oracle. And then after Uproar, it was reverted after like less than a week. Because it's actually a huge part of early game Protoss is how the Oracle works, and it just nerfed. It was not even balanced, it was just discovering how it worked. And then, past that week, I remember distinctly, it went from like a big variation in the early game in Protoss versus Zerg to almost exclusively 1 to 3 Oracles most games. It may be just confirmation bias, but I distinctly remember way more Oracles being used because people were trying out the new discovery and then realizing Oracles are actually one of the best units to have all of the time. Okay. I guess we'll go to Europe or something. 7 a.m. Korea. Where it's 2 p.m., but like... No, not play against barcodes. I'm not dealing with it. What I'm trying to say is, like, that was an example of just kind of discovering that the unit is good in ways you didn't really realize. So I think that's going to happen with Infestors. It's going to happen with Mutas. We're going to see a bit of it with, like, Vikings and Banshees as well, where these strategies and styles probably would have worked almost as well, if not exactly as well, last week. It's just... they're not in the zeitgeist, I guess. They're not in the meta of what people do in these matchups. That's part of the benefit of having a new patch, is people actually trying other things and maybe, like, maybe actually discovering new strategies on top of potentially unlocking new styles off of ones that already exist. This is Korea, so he's probably gonna build a bunker in my mineral line to try to block it. I told him my race, right? No, I did not. Filthy random. But still, you're Terran. What are you gonna do? One racks expand harder? I gotta... Yeah. Now I know where to send my Reaper. Across the map. How do we feel about Microbial Shroud? It's meh. In my opinion, as a potato, mid-master's nobody. Somebody who's good enough to actually use it, but not good enough to use it well. It's competing for a lot on the Infestor, for one. And it's expensive. Like, you're competing with needing to do fungal and microing the Infestors in general. I think it'll be good in some niche scenarios against Terran. It's not very good against Protoss for the exact same reasons. Because, again, you're really strapped for energy. Like, In what scenario are you fighting only ranged units that you don't want to use fungal or neural? If you have enough energy, it's definitely good to have them. It's a late game option against, again, kind of specific. Because it doesn't reduce snipe damage, it doesn't reduce storm damage.
Newly birthed queen ready. Not
I'm not saying it's bad. It's definitely better than it was. But it's not like the instant win button, especially since it can be used against you as well.
more minerals required.
It's another one of those things for Zerg that's very good, but you have to time it right with the right army, or it doesn't matter, or it's actively bad. Pretty much like every other Zerg spell.
Insufficient energy.
Like, Zerg doesn't have a, this is my damage. It doesn't have a snipe or a storm or a purification nova.
More overlords.
Fungal is a light caress.
Not enough minerals. Evolution insufficient.
I mean, that's just the design, but it to be clear, it is another one of those.
Not newly birthed queen ready. Mineral quantity insufficient. Swarm forces under attack. Insufficient. Not enough energy.
Well, here we go.
Forces under attack.
Time to see.
Queen birth successful. More minerals required. Newly. More overlords. Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient. Tumor under attack. Command unacceptable. Hive cluster under direct assault. Swarm forces under attack.
It doesn't even have the upgrades. $46 drones.
Additional Vespine gas required. Mineral cluster. Insufficient energy. Insufficient.
Fucking banshees.
Not command unacceptable. Must spell mineral.
After he just killed all my queens too. Disgusting.
Not enemy. Center. forces under attack. More command unacceptable. Mutation complete. Swarm forces under attack. Must be command unacceptable. Need more Vespine gas. Must be morphed on creep. Vespine geyser required for insufficient Vespine gas. Creep tumor under attack. Mineral cluster expended. More overlords required. Must. Mineral field. Command unacceptable. Newly birthed queen ready. Command unacceptable. Command unacceptable. Evolution. Newly birthed queen ready. Command unacceptable. No, not possible. Supply limit reached. Mineral field exhausted. Mission complete. Creep tumor under attack. Command unacceptable. Must be morphed on creep. Mineral cluster expended. Additional Vespine gas required. Insufficient energy. Not enough energy. Structure must be placed on Vespine geyser. Swarm forces under attack. Enemy swarm forces under attack. Command. Mineral field depleted. No. Evolution supplied. Mineral swarm forces under attack. Swarm forces under attack. Swarm forces Swarm forces under attack.
Hmm. 200 ping you can feel, but
Depleted. Command mutation complete.
the shroud did help break. Would it have been better than neural parasite? Honestly, that specific scenario, I think it was the best choice. Yeah, this is Diamond Korea. 320 APM 2 base cyclone micro. Classic. No, don't misrepresent me. It's interesting. You know, I'm thinking. The difference is that infestors can't consume. I was thinking about like defilers versus infestors. And the inability to recharge energy is something you can definitely feel. Because it's a very similar yet very different role. Like, now we're pretty much covering all the Brood War spellcaster roles now.
Mineral quantity
But
insufficient.
in different order.
Insufficient overlords.
Diamond is crazy. I mean, this is the Korean server where, unlike NA or EU, where players fancy themselves for the most part, like rounded players who know how to play the game, they have no shame here of literally doing the same build 5,000 times up to Diamond. I have straight up lost to gold players on Korea who have like the best, like One Punch Man level tank push all in. And I'm like, what the? And then if you hold it, they have literally nothing behind. They either leave the game or clearly do not get to this point very often. But it is a distinct difference from the NA and EU servers. I don't think it's as pronounced as it once was, but very dangerous. That Overlord's a little late, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. But it could also mean he's doing early link timing, so it could mean something. We'll see. I save larva, so that way I can make extra sets of lings if needed, depending on his hatchery timing. Be a little behind on drone. Just one set. I think his pull is still quicker though. Overlords wherever he could sneak out. Or take a third.
Queen birth successful.
I mean, I'm expanding, so I'm trying to see if he's building more lings. I need to see what comes out of those eggs. Drones. Weird.
Swarm has
Get the roach one in. Make sure he doesn't have that. What's going on? What's happening up here? What the fuck? Like I said, he's got the fastest lurker rush I've ever seen. What the fuck?
not enough.
We're gonna defend it with Ravagers and Corrosive Bow.
More overlords required.
Now my wall off is actually bad.
Insufficient energy.
Unfortunately, yeah, the wall off is gonna work against me. There's no way he can afford a Nidus, right? And have any amount of lurker. Oh, he's Nidusing 100%. Those are some real...
Need more. Must be morphed on creep. Must be morphed on creep. Must spawn. Insufficient swarm forces under attack. More minerals required. Not enough minerals. Queen birth successful.
Oh, I whipped it. Ow. Not an easy... One lurker getting back could really ruin my timing.
Insufficient overlords. Must spawn more overlords. Evolution complete.
Got one lurker. Just tap it. Like I said, one all-in 5,000 times.
Subscription confirmed.
That's what he has. If you defend it, there's nothing behind it. Like... 500 APM, Diamond 3, 1.5 base lurker rush. Welcome to Korea. Let's see. Let's just pick. He's playing here against Smeargle. What is his build? Nidus Rush. What is his build here? How does he lose so many games in a row? It's Lurker Rush again. What is going on? Like, maybe just some days he plays sober and some days he plays drunk, and the ones he loses are sober. And he's Korean. Well, no, I think those were Chinese letters. I was about to say he's Korean, so that would just be 2 parts of the same day. Honestly, I do want to investigate a little. Are those might be custom games? Wait, no. Well, whoa, this is me, actually. I was like, whoa, that's crazy. 9 years ago. Yeah, I haven't played this account at all. Because 200-something ping is pretty rough to curry. How do you, like, is he just throwing? He's not. He's playing the game. He's lurker, like... He's playing and losing, like, 20 games in a row. Like, he's playing 10, 15-minute games. What is he doing over here? Yeah, he's... Like, he's playing real games. This is crazy. This guy's life is a roller coaster. Look at these streaks. I don't...
Hell, it's about
Yeah, 4 minutes. Nidus Rush, like... I guess he doesn't Lurker Rush against Protoss because Oracles exist. 13 minutes. How did it start? Lurker Rush against Terran, of course. Why does the matches... Like, is he leaving games that he's winning? Or am I backing up my point of, once you go past their one build, they fall off a cliff? I mean... He really likes lurkers. Alright. You know, that's... Lurkers are very cool. It's just these stock lurkers are entirely... They're like DTs, except way more investment. No, what he's doing... I think what he's doing is just... He builds up, he just decides I'm going now. And... Does not care. 4 and 3 of them. Lurker Russian ZVZ. If I didn't have Ravagers ready, I might have just lost the game. And if I had gone... So, somebody who goes for a lot of gas on 2-base, if I don't get into the main, I'm going to think it's Mutas. And the defense against Mutas is not Ravagers. If I don't actively see the Lurker Den, I very well could die to it. And honestly, there's no way that would have entered into my mind until I physically saw the Lurker Den. I would have thought maybe Nidus, okay, but... Or Mutas. No way. It's a real strat that entirely relies on them not being prepared for, but that's cheese. What is this mess? That game. He didn't even try. Well, he tried. He failed. Why is nobody playing at 2 p.m. on a Wednesday in Korea? What's up with that? God, the menu sounds being so loud. How many builds are in this game? At least 2. You able to watch replays? You can watch any replay. You can auto-save replays. Source. Yeah, that's a good point. Honestly, the patch is... It doesn't shift a lot of the meta, but it shakes it. Like, it doesn't turn it over. I think the same points are still going to be true of, like, Zerg struggling in late game, generally. With a little more mid-game, or, okay, a lot more mid-game options. So, and... I have no... like, TVP is not going to get much easier for the, Terrans.
Insufficient.
Which I think is what many were hoping for in some fashion. I will agree that TVP is not the easiest matchup. Especially if you're going bio. I have no idea how that's going to shake out, to be honest. I think Clem is still going to win games when he feels like it. And then the rest of the time, he's just gonna YOLO into storms. Hero Marine, the most imbalanced it's been in years. Hero Marine, well known for being the objective commentary.
Required.
Hello? Did we make it? Did we survive the tropical lag storm? Are you biased or unbiased? Yes. Yes. My bias is mostly wanting to watch good games. Alright, that's where my biscuit is buttered. That's what pays my taxes, which unfortunately... Alright.
Enough minerals.
But...
Mineral quantity.
So, if people do not like watching, then it's not good for me. And I think right now we're on the very edge of, like, a critical drop-off of interest. Well, that having a patch at all will definitely drum it up. But, so there's such a disconnect from, you know, like, actually playing the game and most of the people's experience with it, which is watching the top 10 players in the world, almost exclusively. Like, Zerg, there's a reason Zerg is the least in GM. It barely shows up in online tournaments. Not just because Cyril doesn't feel like playing them, but also because, like, it's just painful to play. Like, it's rough.
Mineral quantity.
I think the patch does a little to make it not suck as hard. Not a huge amount, but...
Required.
It's not fun to feel like you're always on a timer. Because you don't have any late game options that don't involve microing 3 times as many spellcasters that are half as effective.
Quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals. Insufficient energy. Not
On top of it, like,
Command
watching pretty much everyone but Cyril and maybe Raynor on occasion struggle to ever crack a death ball. What is...
Swarm forces under attack. Not enough minerals. Insufficient energy.
Where Oracle? Void Ray.
Under attack quantity.
In this economy?
More overlords required. Not. Must spawn more overlords. More minerals required. Insufficient energy. Not enough energy. Command unacceptable. Insufficient energy. Sequences spun. Swarm. Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough energy. Insufficient energy. targets. Command. Newly birthed knot. Creep tumor under attack. Need more Vespine gas. Additional Vespine gas required. Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals required. Command. Mutation evolution. Not. Command unacceptable. Mineral field exhausted. Mineral quantity in. Mineral field. Mineral. Insufficient overload. More minerals required. Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals. Command unacceptable. Sequences. Mutation complete. More minerals required. Swarm has evolved. Mineral quantity insufficient. Field exhausted. Swarm forces. Mineral tester expended. Insufficient energy. Mineral field creep tumor under attack. Swarm. Mineral field depleted. Insufficient Vespine gas. Mineral cluster. Mineral field. Evolution. Command. Unacceptable. Swarm forces under attack. Must. Swarm has evolved. Mineral field exhausted. Swarm forces under attack. Additional Vespine gas required. No, not possible. Swarm forces under attack. No, not possible. Supply limit reached. Command unacceptable. Mineral cluster. Command unacceptable. Must be swarm forces under attack. Command mineral cluster expended. Sequences spun. Swarm mutated. Swarm has evolved. Swarm forces under attack. Mineral field. No, not possible. Supply reached. Creep tumor under attack. Mutation complete. Sequences. Swarm forces under attack. Swarm forces under attack. Mineral field depleted. Command unacceptable. Swarm forces under attack. Must be more. Command unacceptable. under attack. Need more minerals required. Mineral quantity insufficient. Command unacceptable. Command unacceptable. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field exhausted. Newly birthed command unacceptable. Mineral cluster expended. Creep tumor under attack. No, not possible. Supply limit reached. Swarm forces unknown. Not possible. Supply limit reached. Vespine geyser depleted. Sequences spun. Swarm mutate. No, not possible. Supply mineral cluster expended. Creep tumor under attack. Creep tumor under attack. Vespine mineral field depleted. Creep tumor under attack. Command on creep tumor under attack. Vessel command unacceptable. Hive cluster under direct assault. Forces under attack. Hive cluster under direct assault. forces under attack. Creep tumor under attack. Mineral cluster. Hive cluster under direct assault. Swarm forces. Hive cluster under direct assault. Swarm forces under attack.
Like I said, the mid game may be extended further, but there's no changing. Like, with Storm being almost twice the area, and having a longer duration, it just EVP. Microbial Shroud does not solve that problem. The broods look a lot better. Yeah, the broods are pretty good. I think the biggest struggle for most relatively high-level players against Protoss has always been beating them when they have the Death Ball, and continues to be so. Storm was fine the way it was. The problem was energy overcharge. With the ability to warp in 2 storms. I don't even mind the, like... I fucking hate playing Zerg, though. Like, I fucking hate that the ideal move is to give up on all these attacks, for the most part, and just try to nickel and dime against units that are better than yours, which you can technically beat. But the patch does nothing to change the, you have a timer. And if that timer runs out, you either can die or play for 15 more minutes, like you're ripping your nails off. That's what it feels like. Storm is just better. I do think Storm is better at the lowest level, Storm is way better. At the highest level, I think it might be marginally worse because players will micro. But it certainly isn't a outright nerf. Of all the changes, like... So, very, very notably, they did not include any rationale for the changes. Just, here are some changes. So I was wrong earlier and Zerg actually fell off. Microbial Shroud and Spire looks good, but that doesn't buff any of your units that deal with Sky Toss. Microbial Shroud does nothing, like Hydras. Hydras are not trying to fight Tempest, they're trying to fight Storm. And it doesn't... If it helped Corruptors somehow, then maybe. The Broodlord did get buffed because it's no longer bugged. So, I do think Infestor Broodlord is going to be the end game. It is right now. It's just going to be even more so. We can spam Storm. Okay, don't make the argument it's locked behind an upgrade. You still have to research Storm. Okay. So part of it... part of it is... This is what I felt like in the PTR. Now, this is weaker than the PTR version. You can definitely micro out. But that doesn't stop them. Like, now they just bring 15 Templar instead of 10, right? Like, this is not changing the dynamic. Now, if I was to design a balance... If I was to pick out the points that I would like the game to smooth out, I guess. 1... Late game in Gen... Honestly, TVZ, I have no idea now. You know what I would do? You know what unit I think needs a buff against Zerg? You know what unit could actually just use a buff? And, like, if we're doing this sort of stuff, which is almost entirely changing units. Not entirely, but, like, significantly changing them. The Hellbat. The Hellbat now does +5 to biological or something. Or maybe it's a fusion core upgrade or a tech lab upgrade. Instead of versus light against biological. Now, why biological instead of light? Because 1, that's a general purpose versus Zerg option. And 2, it still covers charge lots for against Protoss. So that is the unit. Instead of Widowmines or something like that, like the unit that I would target to give Terran a more stable late game with units that don't die to splash damage instantly is the Hellbat. I don't think no one's like, oh my god, these Hellbats just trundling across the field are unkillable. And I do think they're a cool unit, especially when combined with the Hellions. There's Hellbat drops versus Protoss Mineral Lines. Yeah, that's not a thing. Also, the Hellions would still be good. Like, you got 2 units in one. Okay, so for me personally, if I was if I wanted Zerg versus Protoss to be less torturous for Zerg in the later game, well, we've already said what the ideal would be, which is adding Scourge to the game. Leave Storm with its massive radius, but give me an opportunity to kill Tempest and Motherships without all my very expensive units dying to Archons. Or even worse, killing the Air Army and then all my Corruptors dying to Archons anyways. That's usually... well, we saw that last game. As for Protoss... well, one, I don't... it's always so hard with Protoss because of Warp Gate. Like, you buff any basic unit, and that just makes Warp Gate timings and, like, Warp Prism timings way stronger. But if you don't buff it, you have to go with other units. So... the Void Ray could use some... well, again, another dangerous one. I was about to be like, the Void Ray could use some love. But the last time we loved the Void Ray, we loved it way too hard. Yeah, that was a bad time.
Your
you, Fatty Nick.
dedication will be rewarded.
And for 2 years, we loved the Void Ray. Oh, so much. Void Ray's outside your base. Void Ray's in their base. Void Ray's with shield batteries next to your base. The Corruptor, like... again, any of these changes make Serral even more guaranteed to win everything. Like, anything you do to buff Serral. Like, Serral with this patch... yeah, I think he would have beaten Clem. Like, with Baneling's plus 5 HP, come on. Like, and quicker Spire potential. The way Clem's Ghosts are light units. Even with Widowmines being more dangerous, Clem's Widowmines are almost always burrowed when they need to be anyway, so... Clem would have more Ghosts. Let's not pretend. So, the Ghost supply was literally just for the mass turtling. It was not a massive nerf at all. And having 10 more supply, they'll just build more orbitals and have less workers. Any good place to check out beginner build orders? So I have the low APM challenge, which is on an old balance patch. But for everyone but Protoss, it's still valid because they haven't been changed so much that builds change. If you look up low APM challenge Winterstarcraft, I have a series of guides where I intentionally play at an APM lower than the average for the league, which is 50 for bronze, 60 for silver, stuff like that. The intent being to work smarter, not harder. I think the Ghost supply reduction is not nearly as much of a buff as the light attribute is a nerf. So, it may not seem it, because again, about half the matches you watch are Serral. But Terran versus Zerg, Terran has had a 60 to 65% win rate in professional matches this year. That's including Serral, who doesn't play in that many matches. That's the reason why you, like, the statistically most imbalanced matchup at the professional level, maybe not the highest, but the professional level, was Terran favored against Zerg. Now, yes, that's partially because Clem and Beyond and Cure play in, like, every fucking online tournament that somebody's throwing 20 bucks out for. But the point stands. and that's because after the queen nerf, the queen cost nerf, Zerg really didn't get much to turn it around. So statistically, Zerg needed the biggest buff against Terran. And again, I think you have to put Cyril and to an extent Clem off in a corner when we're talking about this. But turning Ghost to Light is a massive nerf against Zerg. It's big. So I guess let's I think 3 Banelings now as opposed to 6 to kill. Queen Hatch Spore Revert. Honestly, well, the early game's still going to be the same. Like, yeah, so the anti-light units for Protoss are Colossi and Adepts. Let's just throw Adepts out like everyone does well before Ghosts show up. So Colossi become a little bit stronger against Ghosts. But remember, Vikings got a cost reduction. So, as well as Storm being less range and less damage per second, yes, I know I'm on the other side of it, but guess what? Unlike Zerg, Terran has Medivacs. Which, if Storm is more damage over time, but less burst damage, makes it significantly more effective to have those Medivacs. So, it is, in my opinion, quite a big nerf against Terran. Less so against Zerg because of that severe lack of Medivacs. Can I just use the low APM Protoss? Oh, definitely. Okay, so anything up to, like, Diamond will be completely fine. You could probably use Wings of Liberty guides and kind of fuddle your way through, and just the fact you're trying to use one will get you well. The summary is make more workers, don't be a bitch, expand to the low ground, maybe check out the settings guide so you don't have a bunch of basic settings like enemy unit selection turned off that are really important to not have turned off.
You scared me.
That's a big one. All right.
Bad news?
I don't know why I did. Oh, we're just going to assume in this scenario everyone has +3. Because, yeah. So the Ghost has 100 HP. The Baneling with +3 does 41 versus Light. We're just going to hold fire so he can sit there and take it. That's huge. 3 Banelings. So that's huge. This is a massive nerf to Ghosts against Zerg. Now again, statistically and from my perspective, Terran needed a pretty massive nerf against Zerg. I'm surprised Ghosts are the place to do it, but that is the most frustrating part of the game when you're dealing with Widowmines and Liberators and Ghosts, all units that are optimized for cowardice. Like, we have the range upgrade on an air unit, we have a burrowed unit, we have a cloaked unit, like... Now, this is a very drastic change, but as well as the +5 HP on the Banelings. These are big things. Now, the game is a whole thing. So, why is it such a struggle to be effective against Terran? It's the economy, stupid. Terran, killing workers doesn't matter. Sometimes even killing bases doesn't matter. Because by the late game, the puns intended ultra late game, they have so many command centers and potentially mules that it's irrelevant. As long as they have an army to hold ground and potentially mine for most of the time, committing your army to destroy their economy is sometimes a waste of money. That is why Terran versus Zerg can feel so bad in the late game with things like Ghosts, because you have to commit to get damage done, and that commitment might be almost for nothing. especially if you can't outright kill the army. That's why Cyril always has an infestor or two, because otherwise you're never going to catch it. So I think it's less true against Protoss, because Protoss much more reliably does damage to the Terran economy and the Terran army without needing to jump through extra hoops. Like Storm, Charge Lots, all perfectly great at dealing directly with the Terran. So that is why the Ghosts are so strong in that scenario, and part of why the Terran late game feels so difficult to deal with. You can't touch mules and the Terran economy without completely overhauling Terran, though. So we'll see how this shakes out. I think there's room for a Hellbat buff in there. One, I think Hellbats are cool, ironically. And two, a basic... What we don't have much in StarCraft 2 is actually fucking fighting. I know, like, there's a lot of drama, but it feels like both players are dancing around trying to give each other a reach around instead of actually going back and forth. Like, who can get the fungal? Who can get the snipes? Who can siege up the Liberator? Who can drop the Medivacs? Who can get a Nidus in the main? Rarely do you have too many, like, engagements that aren't already decided in the first 2 or 3 seconds. And that creates some of the drama, but also it's partially because the SC2 engine is too good. Like in Brood War, it's almost impossible to even bring your whole army to the fight. So fights, by their very nature, were impossible to kill an entire army because nobody's army is all there, because you have to break your wrist just to bring in 60 Zerglings. Whereas in SC2, all it takes is 2 actions to do so. That is why it can feel so devastating so quickly. Yeah. And over time, it feels like, well, partially because players have gotten really good, and because units have become so specialized, the fights themselves don't happen too well. I think the most, like, actual battle that happens the most is probably like a Queen Rochal in against Protoss, where Protoss has, like, Blink Stalkers and maybe a few Storms, whereas the Zerg is reinforcing with Roaches and Lings and Queens. And they're trying to hit that timing before the critical mass of Storm. But it is a back and forth where neither side can do enough damage to just wipe out the other immediately. And that is a lot of the time the closest we get to, like, a straight up fight. And now, part of the reason why we don't have that in Zerg versus Terran anymore is mutas are almost extinct as well. Like, mutas were the unit that did all these things for Zerg and set up fights where Zerg could kind of dictate the pace of the engagement. Or the Terran could force the issue, but mutas kind of go back and forth. Now you're forced to use ground units most of the time because mutas are made of paper mache and tiers. Yes, they sometimes work, and we're probably going to see more of them, but literally every Terran unit cost efficiently deals with mutas. Everyone that shoots up. And some of them so much so, it becomes reckless to go mass muta. I'm talking about Terran versus Zerg. I'm not talking about Protoss versus Zerg right now. And I think the lack of mutas is what has contributed to that kind of very timing-oriented TVZ. Like, you don't have a unit that can sneak by, well, reliably get by and do some damage, even if it costs you some economy. Yeah, at the pro level, Zerg versus Protoss is closer to balanced. Still Protoss favored, but it isn't as stark as Terran versus Zerg. Yeah, I still really like the Liberator nerf, so let's see if I can demonstrate. I'm not sure if it works right here, but let's see. This is the most ingenious.
You sure about?
Attention.
So we're going to siege up the Liberator. So the problem here is I think the... Well, you can see there at the edge.
Got
I think the
freedom?
Liberator actually has... Let's see. This is not really demonstrating my point, is it? No, we gotta go max range.
Full speed.
I can't tell if it has vision because, well, clearly some of the Zerglings are in the circle. But
We have you on screen.
I felt...
Incoming orders. Course set. Of
I'm not
course.
sure if it's working because of the
As you say.
unit tester giving vision. Does it have range?
Yes, sir.
It does. Wait, what? Increases range mode by 2.ref equal $ upgrade effect array value. Not sure. Bring another unit. Not sure that's exactly what the range is supposed to be, but all right. Yeah, that's a good idea though. I mean, I'm not sure it's working correctly on this version because everybody gets full vision. Let's see if I can. That might do it.
Need something liberated?
Yeah. Well. You see? Or more accurately, do you not see? Ooh, wow. Yeah.
Ah, Commander.
Now we're gonna do a hatchery. Let's just throw some drones in there. We're mining now.
We read you. Flight plan is locked.
Yeah, the vision, but I'm
Easy.
dumb. I don't usually care about that specifically, but... So here's the issue with
Moving into
Liberators.
position.
So often in the late game, especially against Zerg, who doesn't really have anti-air, they can just warp in or on location, is denying one mineral patch is enough to deny a base. So... I'm gonna bring in... We're gonna bring in a... Let's say we built a Viking off the reactor.
Attention.
So that
Initiating.
is painful. Very effective, but painful. And in my opinion, has always been kind of bullshit.
Fight or flight? Yeah, right.
It's not shooting.
Certainly.
But wait, the Viking?
I like it. Inbound. All right.
So now, you need vision of that area. I think the vision goes to about here. So, Liberator... Wait, okay, I'm gonna unupgrade Liberator range and see if there's any safe zones without range upgraded.
Ah,
Like, are you gonna need spotters with basic libs?
full speed.
They could just drop a mule or scan, but then they have to scan or drop a mule, so that is an extra step besides queuing it up from your base, like, and then annexing a mineral patch. Oh, okay. Wait, no, we gotta test. I'm pretty sure that mineral patch is in range. So, yep. Okay, even the basic range Liberator is slightly, much less obviously, because obviously it has less range. Now, this is a pretty ingenious nerf, because the specific use case of this geometrical bullshit is now a bigger investment, and it doesn't affect your ability to actually fight with it the vast majority of the time, because you're either scanning or you have your army there, obviously. Like, it doesn't affect it on the field,
Incoming orders.
but
Course set.
especially on defense. But
Moving into
it
position.
affects this specific scenario. Test a queen. The queen does not outrange. All right, there's no way. The queen does not outrange the vision. The queen does not have 9 range.
Bad news?
The vision range is 9. It's just that the radius of the Liberator allows it to have significantly more range. And before it had vision of the
Standing by.
Liberator circle.
Initiating.
But yeah, like, it can't. Okay, I guess you've got a point that it can come closer before being shot. That's a fair point. Okay, I concede that. That actually is quite relevant. Maybe Clem wouldn't get a 50 kill Liberator against
Got freedom.
Sarah.
Perfect.
That actually is
Full speed.
quite a nerf.
Flight plan is
Now,
locked.
the Widow Mines burrow faster. Hyper Shees and no abduct on siege tanks are part of the things that balance this out. But generally, this bullshit getting nerfed, I'm on board. Honestly, the Liberator itself has been the unit that has broken so much just by the way it is. Not even necessarily imbalanced, just the design. Because it forces the behavior of units to be so much different. Now, for Protoss, I was thinking about, well, besides Scourge in the late game, really the only thing that would actually help Hydras be an anti-air unit that you could use is if Shroud reduced spell damage instead of ranged. Which would also affect versus snipe and have some extra unintended consequences. I do think we're going to see a lot more Protoss who are used to defending with like X amount of units now going to need like 20 or 30% more just to hold against the same attacks. And they're going to die. All right, they already died to Hydraling Bane timings. They're going to die harder. Die hard too, if you would. I don't. So the Psy Storm is, in my opinion, a buff against Zerg and a pretty significant nerf against Terran. Again, because, well, let me test. More testing.
Big job, huh? In the rear with the gear.
Combat shield. All right, if you don't have combat shield, you deserve to take the damage. So,
Who wants some?
we're just going to wade into the storm here.
By the numbers, boys. Been waiting on you.
I'm just chasing down these Templar. Oh, no. So, there's clearly a lot of time to react. You'll still die,
New
but
subscriber detected.
Armed and ready. Orders received.
We shall stand.
This better be good. I feel it.
especially since Stim Marines move faster than most units.
Can't wait.
Uno Orca.
You gonna this better
The Stim killed me. It's still going to be devastating many times.
on it.
But I think it, especially with the range reduction, gives you a bit of back and forth with EMP. It's still, I don't know if it needed a radius increase, to be honest. But, and the source of the issue is energy recharge. Now, part of the reason Terran struggles against Protoss is right back down to the economy, stupid. For the same reason that Zerg can't do damage to Terran in the early game, Terran can't reliably do damage to Protoss. Because the energy recharge allows you to get a hallucinated Phoenix to scout their build before it's even happening. I don't think that changes here. Adding 50 energy to the Sentry will still give you a Phoenix. So Protoss will still know if you're going for like a 1-1-1 or multiple barracks, or if you're getting a tech lab on your factory. And there's no way to stop that. I guess it'll be a little bit less reliable, though the cooldown is reduced. But in my opinion, that's why TVP is so binary. Is Terran has to do effectively an attack that's already been scouted most of the time. And Protoss has to defend it. Now, Terran has a lot of tools to actually get the damage done, as Clem has shown many times. Widowmine drops, Banshees, as well as just direct attacks. But it feels like Protoss already knows what you're doing before you do it every time. And then that really narrows the options. Yeah. Honestly, put Hallucination back on the Templar Archives. Or require a Templar Archives. Now, okay, that breaks other matchups. See the problem? If you make it too inaccessible, then Protoss versus Protoss, Protoss versus Zerg. You know, it used to be a Cybercore upgrade, didn't it? Like, in Wings of... Did it? Am I remembering correctly? In Wings of Liberty? Like, way back. Yes. I'm not crazy. The Cybercore required the upgrade for Hallucination. Honestly, if you wanted to target early game TVP... I say you put it at like 50-50, like the cost of Warp Gate, in 60 seconds. You don't remove energy overcharge. You need to have the energy, or we're going to be back. We're going to be circle jerking whatever overcharge again. But the issue is, well, I don't think you're going to fix the Oracles doing everything against Zerg. And does that need to be fixed? That's a matter of opinion. But in Terran versus Protoss, Protoss knowing what the Terran is doing at all times is severely limiting the matchup. And making it so very regularly Protoss has like 3 to 4 bases by the time Terran can even get their third, because you just can't move out. Make air hallucinations cost more. I think just the easiest way, as we've seen with Microbial Shroud as well, just gate it behind an upgrade. Like, the Nexus energy cost makes the spam use of the spell affect P macro. Yeah, a little. But has Nexus energy really been the limiting factor?
You're on.
Yes, I know there are some timings, but the point is, you get the one. You just need one energy recharge. All right. By the next one, you have enough energy on the center.
Out with it. Nothing to it.
So it's not a big change. I don't know. Maybe I'm completely wrong. It's very possible I am completely wrong. Okay. Maybe
something similar.
Shh. Maybe people will figure out completely new strategies that we hadn't even thought of, regardless of the patch as well. Like,
Come again.
no, shut up. Shut up, Ghost. Get out of here,
Deploy.
light unit.
Sounds like a plan.
It'll be interesting. I don't think the ladder is going to change too much for most people. Zerg is going to roll into some wins with Banelings. I seriously doubt Microbial Shroud will be the deal breaker for the majority of players. Yeah, the light goes. I love how we slipped that one in. Probably the biggest balance change, aside from Microbial Shroud. Honestly, more so. I think the Ghost Light change is actually the biggest change of the patch. A massive nerf. Can Terran scout what build Protoss is going for with the same ease? Yes and no. Okay, so the point is that Terran can't punish Protoss greed as easily. Like, Terran has to build production in a certain method. You can't, like, just warp in and go all in very quickly. So even if you know they're going for something, it takes time to react to it. Whereas Protoss, if they see you're going for a 2 racks or a 3 racks timing, they can slap down shield batteries by the time you move out. Or if they see it's Cloak Banshee, they can get a Robo. Whereas if Terra, like, in what's really going to be the build? Is it going to be 2-gate, 3-gate, or 4-gate Blink? Right. They either warp in extra stalkers to defend / put pressure on, or they take a third. Those are the... There's not a... Yeah. It's not a... nearly as much to be scouted at that stage, I guess.
Roger. Yes, sir. Will do.
What about locking Shroud behind
Solo
tier 3?
operative, right?
I don't like... I would have liked to try out the Shroud without the upgrade gatekeeping it. Maybe make it weaker or smaller radius or something. But it makes it solidly a late game option. So we'll see. I think Infestor Broodlord is very much back. It never left, but it's even more back. Infestors are now the hot unit. Alright. Before, they were just lukewarm.
You scared me.
But between the Broodlord bug being mostly fixed and Infestors now having a huge energy investment as well as the required spells. Like, again, the big issue is the Infestor does not have Consume, and it has very limited energy, and it has about 3 HP. So, you can Fungal and Microbial Shroud as long as you have enough energy. Against Protoss, if your energy is too high, you can get one-shot by feedback. And against Terran, you're vulnerable to EMP. Like, so, you really have to set up the fights before. Cyril is gonna make it look so broken, though. I don't think Broodling... Honestly, let's continue making... Does the Broodling... The Broodling always have a tab here? This is different. Something's changed. Why does it look like that? What the fuck? Oh, no. Okay, this is because of the mode I'm in. There are some, like, parts of the mod that make it work that are... Never mind. That's not relevant. Ignore that. What was I saying, though? Yes. Broodlords. Make Broodlords Guardians again. Of course, you don't want them overlapping too much with the Tempest, then. Infestors are so... They're so squishy. Technically, Templar have less HP. Alright. But... So, here's another important point about all these, like, spellcaster interactions. That even I forget until I'm on the receiving end. So, ghosts have a gun. That is very good, actually. It's incredibly good. It's not the best, but it's great against Zergling, and it's perfectly fine against other units. High Templar have water balloons, but wait. They also merge into one of the best anti-swarm units in the game. Archons. The Infestor runs out of energy and is left with... Like, what? That's something that I don't even really register because of how spellcasters work, but Zerg spellcasters are just that. That's it. That is their entire job. That's why it feels so bad when they don't work. Like, Ghosts, you can A-move and still potentially be fine. Archons are obviously very good. Sometimes Archons are the choice on their own. But you get, like, Infestors or Vipers. So many Zerg units are surprisingly specialized. And it feels so bad. Like you get feedbacked or EMP'd or something. Or you just use your spells, and then you're like, okay, now I got all these. I gotta be responsible for these fucking Infestors now. I gotta... I'm now, the more I'm thinking about it, the more that feels... The more that... use your words. That's why it feels so rough as Zerg sometimes to use spellcasters. Is because you don't... That's it. Like, that's the end goal. There's no fallback. That's not bad, but it is distinct compared to High Templar and Ghosts, which are the equivalent. Right? Yeah. The ground-based expensive spellcaster for mostly late-game stuff. I think the same goes for the air as well. The Protoss have the Oracle, and Terran have the Raven. Zerg have the Viper. Another unit that, like, if you use it, it looks great. But for most players who aren't Cyril, just getting it into the right spot at the right time is already an effort, let alone keeping it alive. Like, it's hard. And Zerg, with their A-move armies, I'm not well, the one thing would be giving them water balloons. Like a 6 range attack that does 4 damage. A slime ball. But it wouldn't be... It's less of a usefulness and more of a... So much of the time, I think we saw it in like Raynor versus Maru as well, where you're maxed out with nowhere to go. Like you've got 20 Corruptors and 8 Infestors against Mass Cyclone, or you have 20 Lurkers and like 10 Corruptors against someone who built 12 Tempests and a Mothership, and suddenly you just don't have enough anti... So, we'll see if this is enough to break that, but I don't think the late game's going to change that much. We're going to see some fun interactions, but... I am amused that the nerf to the Mothership is just making it slower, which, you know, fine, whatever. How do you make the Swarm Host good? Not every unit has to be good all the time. But... Maybe, okay, I know, this is dangerous. Maybe if the Swarm Host could be on auto cast with a target. No, don't make it so the problem before was the Locusts. Now this wouldn't help the top players who are using it, but the problem before was the Locusts were the same duration as the cooldown, creating infinite Locust waves. That was obviously a problem. But the Swarm Host is another unit that either you use it really well and it does pretty good, or you use it poorly and it's literally a waste of time and money.
My charge.
If you could auto-cast to a location, I'm not sure, I'm not committing to this being a good idea, but that maybe would be a way. Or, here's your actual answer. Don't let the Terran, and especially the Protoss, hear me. Let Locusts attack air. Honestly, even from the ground, if they have to. Like, even land and then look up.
Stand against the darkness. I will comply.
Zerg does not have an anti-air unit that can trade reliably. It doesn't exist. It just doesn't. Corruptors are a huge commitment. They're effective, but Hydras are not anti-air. The best anti-air unit per cost is Queens. Why do you think Cyril made 10 to 15 Queens, like, every series against Hero and Clem? Whenever he was playing anything but an all-in. because they are the best anti-air unit. They don't cause gas, and they actually scale with more of them, unlike most of your other ones. Now, they're very micro-intensive, and not particularly high DPS, but the Queen is actually the best anti-air unit.
Our minds are as one.
Honestly, I'm not committing to that being a good idea, but I think if you were going to change the Swarm Host to be effective currently, Locust can now attack air. Maybe for reduced damage, or like otherwise no changes. Still on the ground, still no range, like 3 range. Archon range is pretty much what it has. But now you're like, Winter, Zerg just got a ton of buffs, and now you want more buffs? Yes. Because I can't micro infestors because I'm bad. I have spoken. I mean, I can. I'll just lose most of the rest of my army while I'm trying to do it.
We are the light of the Kala.
Been waiting on you. In the rear with the gear. You gonna give me orders?
Siege tank changes. Honestly, I think the siege tank not being abductable is fine as well. Especially considering everything else. I don't think that's a ridiculous change. Blinding Cloud still exists. Like, what would the counter to Locust be? Gestures and everything that people already have in their armies. Remember, Swarm Hosts are 3 supply. Like, alright, here is... We're gonna have... What is a normal Terran army? 20 Marines, 10 Marauders, 6 Medevacs. There you go. Against... So what is that? That's 32. That's like 40 supply. So let's say 15 Swarm Hosts. That's 45 supply of Swarm Hosts. So we'll give them... They already have 3-3. How great is that? Alright, let's go. Let's go kill these dudes. No fungal, no nothing. Ah! That's the counter. Is just shoot him. We lost like 8 Marines and no Marauders. The idea is to have something that can be thrown out that isn't going to cost you a chunk of your resources just to exist. But that's a slippery slope, as we've learned. We kill bases really fast? They do. Yeah.
By the numbers, boys.
I just want Zerg to have anti-air.
We seek enlightenment.
But I'll settle for more HP on Banelings, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Let's see how it goes. Honestly, I think the patch is good. I hesitated. All right. Okay, the most important part. I want to leave you on this. This is that. All right, the streams had so many issues tonight. I don't know what the fuck the issue is, but maybe we'll figure it out. Maybe we won't. TBD. But the biggest change is not the ghost being light. The biggest change is not Microbial Shroud. It's not Storm. It's the fact that there are bug fixes to technical problems and bugs that the game has had for many years that seem to have been solved correctly and comprehensively. What the fuck? That means someone who actually knows how the game works is working on it in some way. I dare not hope. And this is why it doesn't matter exactly how horrible it is to deal like with light ghosts or shroud. Like, this seems to be that there's someone working on the game. Yes, the multi-billion-dollar company has scrounged up something resembling a team that knows how StarCraft 2 works. So I do feel like community contributors actually means people who know the editor and volunteered to fix it for him. No, I saw posts of people who like do some very comprehensive mods giving step-by-step instructions on how to fix certain bugs. Like hypothetically, if they were to do it. And it seems like many of those have been directly fixed in that fashion. I mean, take help where you can get it, right? Like, I don't know. I don't need to know. As long as it keeps coming. What would be the ideal for me? Like seasonal patches. All right? Seasonal, fuck it. Whatever, we'll do it live. Because you know what people were doing before this patch? Very little. All right? There were a few people complaining that Cyril and Clem win everything. And there were a bunch of Protoss wishing that Hero could drunkenly stumble in and win a world championship. But none of those people were playing. None of those people really caring about the game. They're just cherry-picking statistics from all over the fucking place. But now, a pad, like, the only thing that could ruin it, I can't. I stopped doing my shitty balance patches and my theoretical stuff like a year ago. Because it felt hopeless and useless. Because there was clearly nobody working on it. And even if I have bad ideas, like, it didn't matter if they were interesting or not. And honestly, so the siege tank no longer being abducted was in one of my balance patch things. I'm not taking credit for it. That was also when I said siege tanks and Vikings are really cool. And if we're going to have units that Terran focuses on, those should be the units. Now, I don't think that's a unique opinion. But for a little while, I was very adamant about that. So, but, so if this is completely fucked and Zerg has a 78% win rate across the board, even against Zerg, in 2 months, and there's radio silence, well, I don't think I can take it again. I can't do it again. All right, we can't go through purgatory for like the 4th time. And there's absolutely no indicator of any other information besides this patch existing, which is, you know, gives people very little to read into, so, which is good. Because, yeah. There's a dream. It's alive. The most popular RTS for 15 years straight has somebody working on it. Crazy. You know what would really do it? New co-op commander. All right. That's my super dream as a now semi-casual player. Suddenly, end of the year. Congratulations. We now have the Warfield co-op commander. And a bunch of balance changes. Fucking battle cruisers now can launch Vikings, but no longer have tactical jump. Scourge are re-added to the game. Corruptors can morph into Devourers, which are just better Corruptors. Protoss, Warp Gate is removed, and units build way faster. And Dark Archons are back. Now I'm just saying Broodwar things, but... Now, wait a second. Just make StarCraft... No. But, yeah, it'll depend now. I don't care too much about the balance of this patch. I care about my heart. Don't break my heart again. I was fully resigned. Up until, like, 2 weeks ago, I was fully resigned to... Alright, I'll keep casting until literally nobody's watching, but we'll eventually look for other options. So... here we are. Wild. So, hopefully that leaves you on a solid note. Even if you don't care about actually playing the ladder, know this is a big deal just for everything in general. And I hope it continues to be. And I have no information. So, I'm in the dark as well. We'll see. I'll probably do a balance patch video, like a actual analysis sort of thing in a few days. But I feel like people are going to form their opinions, and this time around I'm going to wait to see how it plays out a little. So I can confirm my biases, of course. But thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Yeah, the coaching, such as it was, a little bit of the games, normal ranting, all that. But you can find more. Well, just go watch Cell vs. Clem if you haven't yet. Probably yet, but on the YouTubes. Otherwise, like and subscribe. I'll see you next time. I hope I made your day a little bit better. Good luck. Have fun. Tomorrow we're going to be playing Sins of a Solar Empire 2, by the way. Crafty in the Stars. So, maybe some of you will care about that. Otherwise, just ignore I said that. See you later. Stay chill.